you said, I said you
Hi, Giacomo.
something about Canada. And I was like, what? What are you? So anyway, while we were
my charger, mister.
I was listening to the commercials, of course, and I always do. I enjoyed it very much.
Yeah.
But I also went and looked for the email. And
Such an asshole. I said something and it ruined it for a lot of people.
Yeah, shocking. You ruined it.
And looked for all the parasitic worms they could find in the salmon from those, and they used them as time capsules to see what the parasitic diversity is of the salmon. And I don't remember what the conclusion was. They had 4 different kinds of salmon, and they were looking at the diversity and how it changed over time, because these cans went back like 20, 30 years or something like that, and they were able to show different changes in how many parasites they have. You don't think of the parasites.
No, you don't.
They won't hurt you. But there's material in there, that chops up these fish. They've got issues, and so sometimes there's material of parasites in there, and so with the right techniques, you can tease that out to know what the deal is. Scare everybody off.
No, you're like 3 seconds away from having have a gagging reflex on the radio. That's it was my topic. I sent it to you.
You picked it. You sent it.
No, I know. But while I heard you talk about parasites in a can of salmon, I was like quickly thinking, how do I suppress this gagging? I guess I could turn my microphone off.
Gag away. That's half the fun of these.
I
will say,
that's hilarious.
I spent a lot of time talking about parasites because I worked on the TV show in the States called Monsters Inside Me.
Oh my god, I saw that show. Oh my god, I saw that show. I thought it was going to be about psychology or something. And it was it's not. It's very much not. It's horrific. Just the most disgusting.
One of the things I find so interesting is with
Jesus
scary stories, usually the scary
Little
stories
bit,
are things that make evolutionary sense. That guy in the woods with the hacksaw or whatever it is.
Whoa,
but
what?
The scary story of parasites and the grossness of them, it should make you repulsed, because if you open a can of salmon and there's a worm in there, you should know not to eat that.
Exactly.
And your body protects you by making you gag when you see that. So thank you, Gag Reflex.
You should also know, when somebody says they're about 3 seconds away from on it, you probably should not talk for another 2 minutes about it.
I did it on purpose.
Yeah, you were very good at it. You're less likely to develop dementia if your job requires you to think a lot. Well, I'm screwed.
Yeah, that's not true. You think a ton. This is a study from 7,000
Not very well, though, but go ahead.
Well, you do think a lot, which is the point here. There's 7,000 Norwegians in the study.
He feels bad.
And they were each put into
because they got in a fight yesterday.
Categories, so they had to choose from a list.
No, and Jim was being a total fucking dick about it.
300 different occupations, and for each of those occupations, the researchers came up with sort of an index of how mentally demanding the job can be.
But of course,
jobs being more mentally demanding than others. So, putting lids on canned salmon is not mentally demanding. Hosting a radio show where somebody might try to make you gag while you're talking, that is mentally demanding. And what they found is that people that have a more mentally demanding job had a 66%, people who did not have a mentally demanding job, the people putting the lids on the cans of salmon, had a 66% greater risk of developing cognitive impairment after the age of 70. And people that had very jobs where they had to think a lot had a 31% lower chance. So that's very cool. It shows that using your brain a lot for work, you're exercising the muscle of your brain, although it's not a muscle, and that helps stave off some of the effects of old age that can sometimes work against your sharpness.
Yeah. I mean, we've known that to a certain extent, that you should try as hard as you can to kind of keep your brain occupied. No.
Yeah, we have, and there are correlations with getting more education tends to result in better, mental awareness in old age. And the thinking is that as people, when they exercise that brain and they get the kinds of jobs you get with the university education, you end up using your brain more, and so you keep using it. And so it's nice, but I thought it was pretty striking. 66% is a pretty striking number in terms of the power of that relationship. I would have thought it was weaker than that. I mean, we're not talking about we're not saying 66% of people are going to get cognitive impairment. We're saying everybody has a very low chance of getting a cognitive impairment, but it's a tiny bit higher, just 66% greater if you're somebody that had a very boring job for your whole career. And now
rats might be able to count.
This is a cool one. Researchers came up with a really neat way to, it's not a big deal for an animal to know a big pile from a small pile. Like if you put a bunch of food in one pile and a little bit of food in another pile, most animals can sort that out. But in terms of counting the numbers, researchers came up with a way of testing rats that didn't change the quantity overall, but changed the number of things. and they wanted to see if the rats could distinguish them, if they could train them, and they did. And then they blocked a part of the brain that they thought was responsible for this ability, and the rats were still able to tell a big pile from a small pile, but they lost the ability to count. And so they think they found the part of the brain in rats where counting happens. And this is cool because, even if you go back 20, 30 years, of course humans are the only animals that do math. Of course humans are the only ones that think about numbers. And now that's just not true at all. And now we have a beginning of a sort of experimental protocol to learn more about how animals perceive numbers thanks to rats.
All right, Dan, I will text Vashi something tomorrow, so hopefully she'll give me a shout out when you're on doing Talk Science to Me with Vashi. And people, if you're listening tomorrow, it's all different content. It's an entirely different science stuff tomorrow with Vashi on her show. Dan, thank you very much for your time. Have a great night.
You too. Have fun with the medium.
We will ask a psychic, a medium, anything. If you've got a question, 71010. I'm Jim Richards. This is the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Who's the medium? You?
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center. The squad drive around town here this evening. If you're heading up on the 50 northbound through the lower North Shore, the Pont Gédéon, we are looking at some roadworks. Slight slowdown on the 15 northbound, southbound direction. Things are moving well. 25 southbound for the La Fontaine. Things are busy around the Tellier area through Notre Dame. Northbound direction moving well. Bit of a slowdown on the Decarie southbound, just after the Decarie circle down through Royal Mount. Picks up speed afterwards. Aside from that, heading off to the West Island, the other South Shore spans are moving well here this evening.
North.
Thank you.
I'm glad to say, going to be joining us every Wednesday night. As long as this emergency lasts, Scott, but that might be a long time, mightn't it?
Mightn't it?
Well, unfortunately, yes. We don't see any pathway to peace. Logic dictates that there's many pathways to peace, but we seem to be in a world where illogic
fucking George Galloway.
reigns supreme. Not just illogic. We live in a world where normal standards no longer apply. Moral compasses, the differences between right and wrong. You and I are the same generation, and your outstanding monologue. And why I don't understand how people who have been put in a position of responsibility don't share your horror at what's happened. It doesn't matter where you stand on an issue politically. It matters where you stand on determining right versus wrong. There is no circumstance under which you can justify taking innocent civilians and medical staff out of a hospital, tying their hands behind their back, and execute them.
Oh my God.
There's no scenario whatsoever that can be painted as something that is justifiable. It must be condemned from the bottom of your heart, from the bottom of your soul. There's also no
Everyone just stop touching each other, like, or stop fucking hurting other people.
A war that has already cost a nation we proclaim as our friend, Ukraine, 500,000 lives. What friend allows a friend to be led down the road to slaughter? It's not a friend indeed. And I think we're seeing that the United Kingdom, the United States, and all of these European democracies that proclaim to be the epitome of, moral certitude, stand for nothing. We are actually the opposite of what we proclaim. We have become the living manifestation of evil on this earth. And I don't say that easily because I am an American. I'm a proud American. I love my country. I love what we claim to stand for. And I am deeply saddened to see the United States and our mentor, the United Kingdom, headed down the path they currently are.
Unless you went to fucking, your goal is genocide.
And I found myself having so much context over.
I'm into all that. Just as a sidebar, if you like, whilst it's true that little Schultz and little Macron and the other European midget are going along with all that, there is no doubt that it's an Anglo-Saxon driven affair, is it? What is peculiar about us that we love war, unjust war? How did we get here? We were once allies of the Soviet Union to crush fascism. Now we're funding fascism. How did we get here, Scott?
Well, not to insult the British people, but I think we understand that during the Second World War, it was still the British Empire. And while Winston Churchill...
Yeah, well, the Royal British Empire doesn't give up their empire.
He would fight them on the beaches and fight them in the towns and defeat the Nazi the enemy. At the end of the day, he was defending empire, the British Empire, which committed many, many sins.
Atrocities.
And after
In the name of fucking Jesus,
Africa,
everywhere, all over the world, we've only like in like they're the whole Catholic Church and shit, like
and that's where we are today. We're committing the sin.
priests raping, cops murdering,
We flipped
lawyers
the role.
lying,
America
like-
used to be a colony of the United Kingdom of Great Britain. Today, the British people are, you are a colony of the United States. You can't exist without us. You are nothing without us. You
Yes,
stand
sir.
for nothing. You allowed yourself to be so deeply subordinated to us that you are, in fact, one and the same. Except you're not, because we don't view you as humans. To us, you're simply a colony that we will use and then dispose of, just like we're disposing
wow,
of
this
Ukraine,
is
just like we'll dispose of everybody else.
wow.
But this is about American empire. This is about sustaining American empire. And we treat the British like we treat the French, like we treat the Germans, like we treat everybody in Europe as subordinates who are there to do our bidding. We have basically put the French and the Germans in an untenable situation. They've been locked into bad policy. They have no other options, just like the British have no other options. I mean, they do. They could listen to you. That
was a good
that
policy.
seems unlikely. The way your government is has.
well, that's like
been
what
created,
he did for his military career was going in
back
fucking terrorist fucking caves and being like, hey, I'm here to find out how many weapons you guys have. And we are going to tell you how many weapons we have, but we also need to know how many weapons you guys have. And they're like, well, how do you know we're not lying? He's like, well,
We're here. We checked all your gates.
yeah, and like, why would you show me anything if you're going to lie about anything?
Run to the aid of humans. We've stifled their shouts. We've turned a blind eye to their
You have to go for a walk?
images that are coming out. I don't know, George. I'm as befuddled
Because it's now or never.
troubling and deeply disturbing.
Now let's start
Go
with
out and walk the boob believer. I don't want to. I know. I don't want to.
With Ukraine first,
And I smoke my joint.
and Taiwan first, and they rob the American workers of their tax money.
Okay, let's wear clothes accordingly.
Yeah.
Do war
We're like millionaires.
and cheered about it, and imagined that would be a good look as they waved another country's flag on the floor of the United States
Yeah, it's
Congress,
freezing.
waved by to the best part of $100 billion extra dollars sent to these wars. How did you see it?
Well, I mean, just that. This is the people's house. The United States Congress is sacred to the American people. It's the home of the implementation of the Constitution of the United States, that document that defines who we are and what we are as a people. It sets forth the principles and values of a nation.
Okay.
And so one would hope that when the American people elect a representative to go to the People's House, to the United States Congress, that they would behave accordingly. The sight of an American congressional representative waving the flag of Ukraine. And the reason why I raise my voice here is, it's one thing to say that we are allies. I could imagine if, the British royalty or a British senior politician visit the United States, that maybe as a sign of solidarity, we would wave the Union Jack and say, "Hey, welcome to America." But that wasn't. This was a celebration of the subordination of everything America stands for a nation that represents none of the values that we aspire to. Ukraine is not a democracy. I hope everybody understands that. On May 20th, the incumbent president, Zelensky, his term expires. There was no presidential election this year, although the Constitution of Ukraine mandates one. He claims he hides behind the specter of war. The last I checked, the United States held presidential elections during the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln defeated George McClellan. During the Second World War, Franklin Delano Roosevelt won an unprecedented fourth term. And I do believe that we were still in a state of war with Japan when Potsdam went down and Winston Churchill was sent home for losing an election. Elections take place in democracies, and we don't allow conflicts to stop it. In fact, if there's a war, that's all the more reason for there to be an election, because the people's voice must be heard. But in Ukraine, the people's voice has been silenced, replaced instead by this hateful ideology that links itself to the most odious person, one of the most odious people in modern history, Stepan Bandera, the progeny of Adolf Hitler, a man whose organization murdered Jews, murdered Russians, murdered anybody they deemed to be lesser people. This is a white supremacist government that is engaged in horrific crimes against humanity as we speak. And they have been robbing the American public, robbing the European public blind in a war that has nothing to do. And this is the irony of it all. This conflict has never been about preserving Ukraine. This conflict has always been about sacrificing Ukraine. And that is the epitome of the sickness of the Ukrainian people, that they can't recognize this. They were never going to win this war. No one ever believed they were going to win this war. The sole purpose of this conflict was to bring harm to the Russian people, to the Russian nation, sacrificing Ukraine in the vain hope that Russia would be so wounded by this conflict that there would be domestic political unrest that could bring down the government of Vladimir Putin. That is a forlorn dream. It's not going to happen. Vladimir Putin is strong. He has just been reelected. Imagine that, reelected. We call Russia a dictatorship. They held a democratic election, and the results are in. Vladimir Putin has been certified as the democratically elected president of Russia, unlike Zelensky. No, the Ukrainian people are dying by the droves. Look, the foreign minister of Ukraine, Kuleba, said it best. I think he finally had a wake-up call. He said there's no amount of military aid that could be sent to Ukraine at this juncture to reverse the tide of battle on the battlefield. The Russian advance cannot be stopped.
No offense, but if you still think stocks, real estate, or crypto are the best passive income investments in today's economy, I'm sorry.
It's not. You get a fucking
There's
job.
a little-known trend attracting millions of dollars a day right now called Audible uploads. Audible, owned by Amazon, is one of the biggest sources of audiobooks and podcasts in the world. And Audible uploads can generate ongoing income with significant growth potential. In fact, they're one of the best ways for many people to start an extra income stream in their spare time.
I do this on a part-time basis.
My God, it's a fucking long one too.
There's some graphics.
Yeah, but
today
like money
in the
doesn't work that way.
British press.
Like, you know, just put, like, hey, put this amount of money here,
That the
and then
graphics
like just wait, and
represent,
then think that's you're a millionaire.
Russia's summer.
Like, is that how money works for
Are you
anybody?
expecting an offensive, or will it be this steady incremental?
And they're like, oh, I got scammed. No, you're an idiot. You thought you could fucking make a shit ton of money from doing fuck all.
You expecting
Sweet fuck all. You thought you were middle class enough to fucking get there.
The big sleep.
Yeah, I see it another way. You really think that someone is going to give you the opportunity to do one favor for them, and after that, you'll be set for life. You won't have to want to fend for yourself. No, they want you to be doing that favor over and over and over and over again. They're not going to give you what you want.
Yeah, of course not. Like, there's nothing like spring. Like, and that's just the middle class giving a fucking nice slap in reality. Like, check your fucking privilege.
Equipped with the proper weaponry can be very deadly. I remind you that the most deadly month of the war in World War II for the United States Army in Europe wasn't D-Day, it wasn't June, it wasn't the Battle of the Bulge.
Yeah, did you draw dicks on my friend's face?
Yeah,
we checked your friend's privilege.
4 Americans died fighting a defeated German army because the German army was fighting for its life. The Ukrainians are still a very deadly military force. The Russians know this. They're treating them with respect. I have yet to meet a Russian officer or a Russian soldier who has fought the Ukrainians
Like,
who has
when
anything
they
bad
said that
to say
you
about
had
the
abducted a
Ukrainians
bunch of
as
Ukrainian
military
children,
professionals. They
and
all
trying to,
say
like,
that these are
convert them, basically.
extremely tough troops, extremely brave troops who fight to
And,
the
like, you
last
see, like,
bullet.
the kids, they're
They
talking
don't
about,
yield,
like,
they
the
don't
camp
retreat,
that they're
they
in,
don't
and they're like,
surrender. In
so,
general,
do you miss your family? And they're like, yeah, I do.
I do
This
see
place
the
is pretty
Russians
great.
increasing
Like,
the pressure
we
on the
go to
line.
school and play a lot of outdoor activities.
Take advantage
So that's
of gaps that they develop in the line.
That's the
But right
proof
now,
the Ukrainians are going to die because they don't retreat, they don't stop fighting. Like they go. I mean, they're all going to get killed.
Yeah, but that's how the, what do you call it, the food chain works. Like,
Let's turn if we can.
Okay,
survival
baby,
of the fittest.
To the
are we ready for this?
to the
No,
wider
that's
mind,
No,
I want
what?
to ask you about Iraq. Now that the dust has settled, presumably, and that tit and tat have been traded, and it's unlikely at this stage that there'll be a direct all-out war between Israel and Iran. How do you see the new balance of power?
I see that strategic deterrence has shifted in favor of Iran. Prior to the Iranian attack, Israel assumed, rightfully so, based upon the events, that they held deterrence supremacy. What that means is that Israel could do pretty much anything it wanted to and not fear the consequences of their actions. That most nations, including Iran, were intimidated by the potential of an Israeli retaliation so as not to strike Israel directly. But the attack on the Iranian consulate in Damascus was a bridge too far, so to speak, and the Iranians had to respond, and they did. And the way they responded was masterful because they sent a signal to not just Israel, but the United States and the entire world, especially the part of the world that believes in an American ballistic missile defense shield as being a viable defense against modern ballistic missiles, that there is no safe place in the world today. That the Iranians proved that they can reach out and touch any place in Israel anytime they want to with sufficient force to destroy it. The fact that Iran didn't do that is testament to the wisdom of their strategy, which was to demonstrate potential, not reality. And the Israeli response was so weak as to be a joke, but that proves that the Israelis understood very well where they were. The Israelis did not strike back with anything meaningful. It was a token response because the Israelis knew had they responded forcefully, they would have been swamped by Iranian missiles. Now we have the Iranians, I think, behaving responsibly. You have the supreme leader who just doesn't want to go in the business of public calling out the Israelis, publicly shaming them. He says that's the past. We don't need to discuss this because neither side wants this to turn into a broader war. It doesn't matter how many Iranian missiles can strike Israel. At the end of the day, a broader Middle East war would be a disaster for everybody involved, including Iran.
What?
And lastly, Shifa, the bombardment has continued. Rafah, the bombardment has continued day and night from the air, but Israel has now moved tanks and bulldozers and have constructed tents for people that presumably will soon be fleeing from Rafah under savage bombardment, expecting actually a ground invasion of Rafah, and what would that look like?
We just spoke about deterrence, and the key thing to deterrence is when you have effective deterrence when the side that you're dealing with understands that an action they take will generate a reaction that far outweighs the benefit they get from the action. The United States, Egypt, Jordan, and other regional nations have told the Israelis that they will not tolerate an offensive in Rafah, that there will be consequences. But they don't have deterrent superiority over the Israelis. The Israelis are not afraid of them. The Israelis aren't intimidated by the potential response because they don't believe these nations have what it takes to do what Iran did, strike Israel, hold Israel accountable. And until Israel is convinced that if they move on Rafah, that the consequences will be overwhelmingly disastrous for them, they're going to move on Rafah. And they're going to move on Rafah in the way that the Israeli military knows how to do. Absolute indifference to the suffering, death, pain of the Palestinian civilians involved. They will bomb them, they will kill them, they will snipe them, they will machine gun them, they will drive them out of wherever they are today into refugee camps where they will starve them. They will allow them to be thirsty. They will deny them medical attention because to the Israelis, they are human animals. The Palestinian people are human animals. The Israelis have said that from the very top to the very bottom. Amalek is not a theory, it is reality. The Israelis don't view the Palestinians as people, and they're treating them as less than sheep. At least a sheep has value. For the Israelis, these Palestinians, they have no value. Their life is nothing. We saw that. They tied the hands of children behind their backs before they shot them. These aren't humans, the Israelis. They've become something different. They've become as inhuman as the Nazis who used to tie the hands of Jewish children behind their backs before they shot them.
Wow.
Oh! Woo!
Wow.
Well,
Thanks for doing that, and thank you in advance. Coming back next Wednesday.
You know, sir, I would fuck with you.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
Scott, I would fuck with you.
yeah, but apparently, like, that was his whole job, was basically calling bullshit, like, when they're full of shit.
Ooh,
When-
that was good. Good, good reporting, Scott.
That's also
Empty book. Oh, the garbage. Garbage. Garbage.
I don't think we have any. Don't take my bag. Not full yet.
Okay, woman. Hi. So, for you? Should oh my god. I just want to text her brother. Never find my Dutch.
Why is it funny again? What would be funny in your brain?
Oh, I should text Coco. Oh my god.
What?
And she's like, why? So you got a sex dungeon? She's gonna be like, what?
I don't know if she knows what's going on exactly though.
Oh.
Or if it's just she fixing to kick in her windows.
Maybe I should explain her what I want. She's got to run out of the right inside of her house, thinking it's the one who wants to break in and was after
due
her.
to her drug usage, it's because she's fucking paranoid in general.
Yeah. She's well, that's dumb as fuck. Where's my bag?
There we go. There. That fits you. Great. Look at that.
I think those things was like $1 each.
Look. Look at the top corner.
$2.99.
Oh, that's none of it though.
Your bag?
I bought a bunch of them. Good.
You're all $2.49.
I don't know.
I don't care. You know what? Because you put so much time into it and it grows and
Oh
stuff.
god, it's weird.
So I really don't mind buying those stuff. And it grows. It's nature. But I thought it was $1 something. I don't know.
Hopefully it's not super cold. Wait, hold on. I know. I'm sorry.
Practice slow. Don't get
Hey, relax. Take off your sweater. Okay.
That's you. Oh my goodness.
So check mom.
One footer up.
Okay.
Two footer up. Yeah. How you doing? Good looking?
Huh?
How you doing? Good looking?
Good. Always.
Sweet.
Sweet. That's funny. Either you like talk like a what's
Barry White.
that, or you'll talk like a stoner surfer dude. Sweet.
Call me David.
Ah!
Cool surfer David.
My parents' townhouse in summer.
We're smoking on the joint like, right away?
I don't know. I can't
Maybe not.
remember.
Time is it?
Are you gonna watch?
I got a giant one right behind me.
What?
Got a giant one right behind me.
Oh my god.
You know?
Yeah.
Oh wow, out there? Yeah. Go for it.
Where's that go?
Oh, tacos. Are you still good?
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool. See? You fucking everybody, every single person that I've ever sent it to, whenever I say dude, because I'm really excited about something, people are like, why did dude? Don't say dude. Like, what?
No, it is because I'm your significant other. If you call me dude, it's just weird.
Oh my god.
It's like calling me bro.
Hey, what are you doing? Who are you? Fucking unreal.
Fuck you. Oh. Oh no.
What?
Vanessa's dead. Vanessa Bird is dead.
Oh no. Who had it, Jesse? Hey.
No, yeah.
What about Vanessa Bird?
Oh, it's dead.
But who was it with? Who had it?
But it wasn't it?
Jesse still?
Yeah. But she didn't even mention them what to feed him. But just cat food. Yeah, but I told them that. But he had that skin disease.
What?
Because he has a skin scale disease. If they're not fed properly, yeah, that skin disease and spreads.
You're supposed to feed those little fruit pellets, no?
Yeah, the 1919, it was, we were just fucking around with Stone, and, we're saying, why people said, when do you understand something like, 10 on 10, like, this sur this.
Okay.
And we say that in French, this sur this.
100%.
I'm like, why don't we just say snap, snap? So like 10 and 9, 10 and 9, why not? Like, no, snap, snap.
I don't get it.
That's it. It was like, why 10 on 10? Like, snap, snap. It was just so stupid. And she said it with like this. Now, remember in the parking we're going snap, snap. Like, oh my god, okay, yeah, I do remember.
Oh.
Anyway, any guns? What's a bird?
Yeah, and it also has weird skin disease. Like, is it Vanessa made a post about it, or?
I don't know. Stefan is letting me know through this.
We're gonna do the whole thing. We're just gonna do a funeral for it. I hope not. Imagine.
I kind of did the last bird. The other starting shad died because whatever, and I buried it on the track side. Well, on the train track.
Oh. Took me 3 days of digging a hole. Buried my cocktail. She died the day before her fucking vet appointment. Yeah. And I didn't have money at the time, and I was like, you need to bring her to the vet, or I'll fucking do it myself. So I figured I'd eventually do it. And she died, and me and Mom put her in the garbage. And Fury woke up, came upstairs to me sitting on the kitchen floor in front of the garbage, crying, like uncontrollably. And he was like, "What the fuck? What's going on?" I'm like, "The bird is a bird. I had a bad dream, and she was still alive in the garbage. I could hear her fucking cry, like very, very silently tweeting." He's like, "Oh, do you want me to do that for you?" I was like, "Please." So he put the bird in like a box for me, wrapped in tissue while I put her in the freezer while I fucking dug a hole for 3 days to bury her because I felt bad putting her in the garbage. Oh, she had a broken foot. And eventually, like, fucking having all her weight on the other foot. She couldn't walk anymore. I also had fucking that little parrot that they have now. My mom had budgies. She had a little yellow budgie, and it ripped the budgie's fucking beak off. It's fucked up. What you reading?
Yannick, we're asking a small group of people for their opinions. Could you take a few minutes to answer a short survey?
No.
Short survey. Ask Meta AI anything.
What?
It says that right underneath. Look. Ask Meta AI.
Yeah, I saw that on mine too.
It's Meta AI.
It's just a AI that they're probably trying to compete with. What? What happened to my light?
What?
My light.
What happened to it?
It's dead.
No. It's dead.
What is going on with the electricity? Ever since they fucked up with the bell wires.
Oh, it's the intensity.
Mm.
What is this? We just fucking replaced it. Took forever.
Maybe it's not screwing properly.
Oh, I thought it was.
It doesn't look like it is. You see a huge piece.
Maybe I want to eat a taco.
You want my permission?
Huh?
What, you want my permission?
No. Maybe I want you to make it.
Oh, come on. Not making it. Leave yourself. Everything's already there.
Fine, I won't put salad. I'm insane.
Oh, there we go.
I can feel it in my bones. Oh, I'm insane. I can feel it in my bones. Whoa, skitska yo, haha. Who?
Jack.
Kill everybody and die? What?
Jack.
Come on.
What are you doing?
Come on. Would you be just like Jack? Come on.
Can I have the room please behind you? You're a pain. Eat your food.
Oh, I see. Yeah, really, I don't think very well. Yeah, David Cooper's in the studio. Slow news day.
That taco sauce still good?
Here on the On Her Taco Radio
Yeah.
Network. David has invited me out. With
Is this still taco sauce?
I still don't know if I'm going to go after. So I'm feeling a little tired, David.
I think it'll be the cliffhanger. We'll find
Tomorrow night, you leave, you head back to New York City tomorrow.
it'll be like one of those old time radio stories where they would just kind of tell a story every night, kind of like a soap opera before they had TV. And it'll be our cliffhanger. Next week on Talk Tonight, did Jim go for a dinner? That we will find out.
That we will find out. You know what catfishing is?
Yeah, that's when you make a fake dating profile
Yeah.
and get someone to match with you or something like that. Am I close?
I think so. Yeah, it's when it's a fake. Yeah, it's a fake profile. You get somebody to fall in love with you. I think that's it.
Yeah.
What was the idea of on dating app personality catfishing, where all of your pictures look like you're having fun, you're laughing with your friends, and then when you meet, miserable jerk, you're super boring. Yeah. I think that could be very possible. I don't know. I think maybe I am a personality catfisher. No, you know what? I actually always had successful first dates. And my problem isn't like finding somebody and having a good time or whatever. It's just like getting bored and like moving on.
Wow.
He is gay for sure.
That's what
That's
you've seen really
just
boring.
awful.
A reverse personality catfish. That's what you've seen really boring. But really not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you were dating right now, do you think people would be? I don't think your pictures could capture your personality.
Mine?
Yeah.
Lousy. Which is how I look.
Personality?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Well, thank you, Jim.
Is this
You're very neurotic.
No, not reverse.
Very
catfishing.
Jewish.
I was about to say that.
Is therapy for you?
Hold it from me.
I can't believe
I wonder how many people have been arrested.
I canceled my therapy today. That's sad.
Where somebody seems like they're having a great time in all their profile pictures, but in reality, they're boring.
I like the person who seems really boring, but in reality, they're interesting. Like you on the radio, you seem really boring. Oh yeah, but you're also boring in real life. So you're
pretending to be. But they fall in love with the pretending person that you're pretending to be. Like I want somebody to fall in love with somebody I'm pretending to be.
Yeah. It's like, would you rather a mermaid that has the lower body of a fish, or a reverse mermaid that has the body of a human and the upper body of a fish?
It's just like that, exactly.
Depends whether you want kids or not.
This is how I freaking discovered them. These kinds of conversations. At like 4 o'clock in the morning. I was like, what is this? Like the most washed up, fucking like miserable, old, grumpy man.
Toronto, Maple. Leafs, Toronto Maple.
Leafs? Yes, I am.
And did they win today?
They lost.
Oh, I see. Let me ask you, why is Leafs instead of leaves with a V? Leaf with an S.
Actually, if anybody knows, I think there was a reason, but yeah, I don't know why it's Leafs instead of.
Because it's their name.
Well, they figure if you're willing to be
the
a
name
fan of the Leafs, you're an idiot anyway.
Not an inanimate object.
The punchline I had is to break it better.
No, that's good.
Yeah. Does it work?
It's a good joke.
Well, I think most of the people who aren't listening.
These players are Leaf.
And those listening in Toronto probably were like,
probably.
Yeah.
I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
Having the car for 3 years, and yet every time you pull into the gas station, you have to look at your dashboard to see what side the tank is on. Normal or no?
You might fucking opposite dimension.
I don't know.
I just think some people just don't care.
I change my cars too frequently. Every year I have a new car, so that's why I forget sometimes.
They prefer to live a life where they didn't have a car, but
You think somebody could drive the same car for 3, maybe 4 or 5 years and not remember what side the gas tank's on?
like, I care a lot about my underwear. Like, I have a brand that I like. There's people who probably couldn't tell you what brand of underwear they're wearing right now.
I know, I couldn't.
You know what brand I'm wearing right now?
I
discovered so many new pairs of underwear and the new underwear technology and pouches and stuff. And
I
it's
get mine from
danger. Like right now, pouch. Probably too much.
and they're the most expensive underwear on the
I don't think
planet.
that's weird. No, I don't. I personally would remember, but yeah, I don't think so. Weird.
My boyfriend was gonna arrest him for
Why
it.
chopsticks so you don't get your hands greasy? That is weird.
What about wearing latex gloves? You know,
I'm getting doctor gloves. Wouldn't the texture of the plastic in your mouth touching your lips?
Yeah.
That would weird me out.
If I were to move here and I saw someone who brought their own chopsticks to eat the popcorn, and then I asked them about it, and they said, so I don't get my hands dirty. Honestly, I think they were amazing.
Yeah.
Really?
They'd be my hero.
Genius.
What about getting your pajamas when you walk in the door after work?
I take my pants off.
Yeah.
I don't lounge with jeans.
Yeah, I too. I'm always taking my shoes off, but I don't have a rule about taking shoes off through the air and out. Because I like swiftering and I got all hardwood.
So weird.
And since I love swiftering, what I do like after a while.
Jim, stay the fuck away from me!
Out of those shoes and let them roam free.
Fucking weirdo.
I don't think it's strange. For me, I like to wear my normal shirt, my normal socks, my normal underwear. But yeah, take the jeans off. But if I'm wearing sweats, I'll leave them on. But I don't leave the house with sweats on, so. Yeah, conundrum there. Don't think it's strange. I used to be offended by lounging and loungewear.
What?
But as I approach 40, I'm seeing it in a whole new light. It's all about the
Hey, like there's a certain point, maybe it's my age. There was a certain point where I don't think I ever wore a tracksuit, like ever.
I used to wear
I
pajamas
now
to
like
school,
wearing
and they literally had to make it a rule that people were not allowed to wear to school.
like
And like I've heard it's like a friend's house, and their parents be like, you know you're wearing depth, right?
I'm like, hey,
Those are for
where are my
nighttime.
good track pants?
I was like, yeah, but clearly they're not.
Lounging and the whole world could know about it.
Honestly,
You
like
wear them what?
I probably have way too many pairs of track pants now that I consider them like not
Like imagine
dinner like
yes,
a fancy dinner.
wearing
wearing track
pajamas
pants, but
outside to
if you
these two
told me
guys.
when
And they
I was
got
hanging out, I'd be like, oh,
no,
you're wearing
my
good track pants.
Oh, you're
like
formal
fucking.
track pants.
Like normal track pants.
Your white tie sweats.
You only wear sweats at home, though.
Yeah, I don't wear them out.
Oh, I'll wear them.
I'm
Yeah.
tempted to wear them on planes, but I'm not there yet.
You know, you can do that. Like a lot of tons of people dress down there.
I know. And I look down on them, and I'm gonna have to eat
Like,
that.
so what, like a hoodie and like track pants.
Or when people just wear the flip flops with no socks on planes, I'm like, no one wants to see that. But I watch it. In 5 years, that'll just be me.
Do you ever hide things of Miranda's because they won't, or do you ever hide things of your spouse because they won't put them away despite being reminded to?
No, I think that's probably a little too toxic for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
already
very
did that with my ex-wife, but yeah, there's a reason she's my ex-wife. We did that to each other.
Wow.
Feeling completely heartbroken and lost
That's
when
sad.
you have caught up. Oh yeah, when you finish a show that you're streaming.
Really?
Like you're like, oh, this isn't finished. You loved it so much, and it's like a bit of a downer.
Yeah, or I have to wait a year and a half
Familiar.
to get the writer's strike now, 2 years for my show to come back. Wild. Yeah, I have feelings when I'm done shows that I know are not canceled yet.
You blackhead at the end of the banana.
Nope.
Nope.
What that? No.
Yeah, I
I
don't.
won't even start eating the banana, even from the other end. Disgusting black bit is removed.
Oh my god, you're
Only
such
the
a
head of
liberal.
broccoli with the vitamins and all.
I won't put it that way.
What do you
But
Little intense.
How do you know that? I want to see the stats, Jim. Show me the stats. Where is that survey from? 25 years ago? I don't think so.
I Googled it. I was at Dollar General in Florida, and they have a frozen food section, and they had a frozen food called broccoli bits, and none of it was the head of the broccoli. It was just all stems. And so I was like, why would they do that? And then I Googled, are there just as much vitamins in the stems? And it turns out there are.
Look, come to my show and you'll believe that broccoli, the nutrients are in the heads.
All right, thank you very much. Broccoli.
because he's got that nutritionist on that show, right? David Cooper knows that chick that is nutritionist. When she talks about vegetables and stuff, pot with vegetables. Yeah.
They also have this girl that regularly comes on to talk about sex and like relationships and shit, and she's kind of like super icky. And she'll always do shit like, as a female, as a woman. It's like, hey, but like, most women probably would not agree with the statement of like, it's being okay for you to be a fucking hoe. Because it makes all girls look bad at that point. Like,
I picked out.
What?
I picked out.
Okay, man.
I hate all the
But
chocolate.
that is there for to eat it, no?
Yeah.
My dog's like dying.
I said that like I wouldn't have the permission to eat my own food. Jesus
My dog is,
Christ.
like, staring me
I'm
down.
yeah, I don't care. It's not food I can give him.
I'm gonna eat my food.
Yeah, that's it. It's like I'm scared and almost like wondering if I'm allowed to eat my own food.
Why?
I don't know. Bad trauma, I guess. No, but I'm realizing that now.
Huh. Really?
Yeah. Like, can I eat this? Shouldn't be a sentence in a way like, am I wondering, am I allowed? Like, can I?
But a lot of it is like if it's good for you to eat or if you're gonna get sick off it.
Yeah, now that, yeah.
because, like, I know how long it's been there or out in the open. And it's with preservative on it.
That's what makes us live longer.
Right? That's what I always said. It was like,
Fucking preservative.
it'd be so funny when you have diabetes and like, so wait.
Yeah. We eat a lot, but we don't only eat the same thing. Like a roommate I had in this guy was coming back from work, and then a chocolate milk, a big bag of Cheetos, like some sugary donuts and shit like that. That was his supper, pretty much every day.
Ew, what?
Yeah.
Every day.
And then you grab lunch at work with our pre-meal. Wow, 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 wow.
Or some road pushes, or just whatever. Trees.com/redacted get 15% off. Plus buy one get one free.
Your shadow boxing.
And yeah, Rumble is still down, I guess, before.
Really?
Right now, man. How many of you guys have been having tech issues this past week?
Right?
Retrograde ends today, so it should get easier. Tomorrow, let's all hold on, do our work today, see what we can do.
Yeah.
Retrograde, clouds are in retrograde, really? Hi, I'm from Quebec.
The moon is in retrograde because it was the full moon last night, and now it's in retrograde.
All right, let's get to the news show.
No, it's Mercury that's in retrograde.
That's just a bad expression. What? Mercury's in retrograde? So those people, those astrologers?
Of course, we've been hinting at it here for quite a while with different experts we've had on our show who've been pointing that this might be the solution. Now, I point out that this is Europe we're talking about here, not NATO.
Europe!
Not NATO, European troops specifically. I know the lines can be blurry, but basically who's calling the shots here? And we can sort of absolve ourselves of the criticism of NATO if it's NATO not necessarily calling the shots. See how this works? And this is exactly what the United States wants as part of passing this $61 billion. Wait, Congressman Thomas Massey filmed this video, posted it on. Now Speaker Johnson demanded that he take down this video, or he'll be fined. So this is the video after they passed it in the House for all these members of Congress waving William Craig.
No, Jack,
Unbelievable moment here. Yes, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, doesn't want you to see all of his minions waving Ukrainian flags.
Well, specifically, the House Sergeant of Arms called for that, and
on behalf of.
And the Speaker later clarified, actually, I don't think he'll be fined. I don't stand for that.
Oh.
He later clarified, I don't agree with him.
Well,
so where that came from, who knows?
Massey's not happy about how he treated this. So who knows where it came from initially?
Yeah.
Or why would the Sergeant at Arms have a problem with this? Instead of fining Democrats for waving flags, the House Sergeant at Arms just called and said, I'll be fined $500 if I don't delete this video post. Mike Johnson really wants to commemorate this betrayal of America. I mean, regardless. Mike Johnson just sold out the American people. So, frankly, where it came from. It came from that side. They don't want you to see that. This comes as we now know Ukraine is almost out of troops. U.S. military sources tell Redacted that the number of Ukrainian dead is close to 600,000 dead. Over 1 million people hurt. Now, when I say hurt, I'm not just talking about like you got a flesh wound. I'm talking missing legs.
Permanently maimed.
Pain, arms missing, eyes missing.
Yes, we get it clean.
Ears destroyed.
The 600,000 number is so frustrating because we could never get a real handle on what they had to begin with. Because earlier this year, Zelensky said, oh no, we have close to 1 million. They started with 200,000 or 300,000. Where did they get them? Who's telling the truth? How many of them are actually hurt? They're keeping this from us for a reason, because if we actually realized that sending them more money meant more men would get hurt and their lives destroyed, we would stop them.
No, we wouldn't.
Moon of Alabama reporting that the United States will probably demand that Ukraine launch a new offensive as part of this massive weapons package. So here's what we need you to do. We're going to send you all of these weapons. We need you to act like you can do something about it. So you need to act like you can launch a new offensive. So how exactly are we going to pull this off with no troops, and those troops that are left are surrendering, as we've been reporting? Well, you don't use Ukrainians anymore. You use European soldiers to fight. Foreign Affairs Magazine, which is an extension of the Pentagon and Deep State, is calling on Europe today to ready troops to deploy to Ukraine. Europe, but not NATO, should send troops to Ukraine. To halt Russia's advance, Kiev needs more boots on the ground. So let's just go through this, because this is a paid article. And so, you can read like the first few paragraphs on your own, but I'm going to provide you with a lot of the context here, so you don't have to pay for it. You can line your bird cage with this. A taboo has been broken, Foreign Affairs writes. Only a few months ago, it would have been inconceivable for European leaders to propose sending European troops to Ukraine. But on February 26th, French President Emmanuel Macron said the deployment of European forces to Ukraine could not be ruled out. Since then, other European officials have joined the chorus. The Finnish defense minister, Polish foreign minister have both suggested their country's forces could end up in Ukraine. These comments, combined with the existing support for such measures in the Baltic states, show that there is a growing bloc of countries that open direct European intervention in the war. Open to direct European intervention in the war. So Foreign Affairs, of course, like I said, a mouthpiece of the deep state. This is a lot of foreign policy decisions are born here, come out of here, and are executed from here. November, Europe will be Ukraine's only defender. European leaders cannot afford to let American political dysfunction dictate European security. They must seriously contemplate deploying troops to Ukraine to provide logistical support and training to protect Ukraine's borders and critical infrastructure, or to even defend Ukrainian cities. They must make it clear to Russia that Europe is willing to protect Ukraine's territorial sovereignty, accepting the dire reality of the situation in Ukraine, and addressing it now is better than leaving the door open for Russia to accelerate its imperial advance. Guys, if you're sort of sitting back thinking that this is not going to happen, and you're thinking that these NATO heads, these European heads, these war hawks in the Pentagon and in Congress are just going to allow Putin to move forward and capture Odessa, move past the Dnieper River, and permanently garrison those areas and turn that into full Russia, you've got another thing coming. They are not going to allow this. It is too valuable a resource area for the West that wants to use and steal those resources. They cannot allow this to happen anywhere. They better not. I mean, listen to what they're saying. Listen to what they're doing. They're saying it out loud, and they're now sending $61 billion. And they're already readying another $1 billion package on top of the $61 billion. This is not going to stop. So exactly how is Europe going to send troops? Well, it's going to happen in one of two ways. Send European forces to undertake either non-combat or combat operations. When we send a pressure on Ukraine, strictly non-combat mission will be shell to this European capital. European forces will relieve the Ukrainians performing logistics functions, such as maintaining and repairing combat vehicles, by staying west of the Dnieper River, a natural barrier protecting much of Ukraine from Russian advances. European forces would demonstrate that they are not there to kill Russian soldiers, preempting the inevitable Russian accusation of European aggression. Or, of course, the next step is to actually go in and defend with full military might to attack Russia. And Rishi Sunak, British in the UK, will put defense industry into war mode, he announced. So, La toute nouvelle Subaru Solterra, entièrement électrique, rejoint la famille Subaru. La Solterra possède tous les avantages d'un véhicule. Oh, you have two choices, right? You can sit back and allow European forces to kind of go into support forces.
Maybe.
But of course, Foreign Affairs Magazine knows that there's no no Ukrainians left. So you can't just have them be support forces. They need to be frontline infantry. They need to be frontline forces to go up against Russia's advance. That's what this is amounting to. I mean, if you think for a second that these guys are going to accept some sort of a ceasefire and a peace agreement that doesn't have Russia going all the way back past the Donbass, all the way back into what was pre-war Russia, technically, they're not going to do that. They're absolutely not going to do that.
Which is so frustrating because in the last 4 months, we've seen NATO leaders starting to say, well, we've won-ish because Putin didn't take over all of Ukraine. So he just got that sliver. We can call it now. So some dark forces must have come in and said, oh no, you need to put the kibosh on that messaging. We are not going to stop until this is, until the borderline is back where it started in February 2022. So if they were to go to peace negotiations now, people could stop dying and we could leave it as is.
But that's not going to happen.
But now they're signaling the exact opposite. So I feel frustrated because I was at least reading the tea leaves. At least Russia didn't win more as a signal that maybe they would end this. But now this seems the opposite.
Right.
Damn it.
So in the meantime, NATO, according to reports today, NATO will likely start launching attacks, longer range weapons inside of Russia. So they're not stopping this madness. And get ready for an attack again on the Crimean Bridge. One military assessment I read today says NATO will claim these are Ukrainian attacks so that Western media will say, look, Ukraine is winning again thanks to the weapons they're firing inside of Russia, thanks to the weapons we sent them. But of course, Ukraine won't be really involved at all in that. It'll be NATO, it'll be Europe. Jens Stoltenberg says the value that we're getting is amazing in the West. We provide all the weapons and money, and Ukraine does all of the dying. NATO wins, he says.
Even though we now, all allies, we are providing unprecedented, significant support to Ukraine. A fraction of defense budgets. We speak about 2%. This is less than 0.2% of our defense, or our GDP. So, and we have no NATO soldiers in harm's way, no British, no Norwegian, no NATO soldiers at all. So by providing support to Ukraine, we help them to destroy Russian combat capabilities that could potentially be set against us. Support Ukraine is not charity. Support Ukraine is an investment in our own security, and the alternative is more expensive.
It's an investment in our own security, in our own European security, he's basically saying, in our own NATO security. All of these Ukrainians dying is an investment in us. And it's great for us as an investment, right? They get to die. We just send them money and weapons. They do all the dying, and we get the security blanket.
Oh, I feel a lot more secure with Europe not being at war.
Yeah, because,
We have a different idea of security.
Can you imagine a war, war coming to Europe again in this way? This is because they're beating the drum that, of course, Russia is going to advance and is going to take over all of Europe. That's the messaging coming out of the U.S. Congress. That's coming out of NATO. That's coming out of European leaders. So this is a terrible.
On what Russian posturing are they basing that on? Because it doesn't look like Russia has tried to take over Ukraine, just that one area. I know there's like that initial push towards Kyiv, but then it's like where is that coming from?
Well, they assume that
saying Russia wants to take over everything.
Oh no, there are still people saying that. There's lots of people, former State Department employees.
No, he means on the Russian side.
Oh no.
On the Russian side, where is Russia posturing that? That's what I want to know.
No, he even said
getting that from Russia.
I think even Putin in the interview with Tucker Carlson addressed that very issue, right? We have no intention of that. It's all propaganda, right?
Yes, he specifically said.
Oh, he has enough land.
Matter, right? It doesn't matter.
It's like another China that have enough land to deal with. Those people deal with. I don't want to deal with you guys that have more land. Thank you.
The whole time he was basically hands up shoes. Where he was like, "Can we talk about this?" Like, I just like, I don't know where you guys are all getting. It's like, stop freaking out. Like, nothing's happening. And Ken's like, "We're coming in the rush to make sure they all get fucking ideas." Like, what?
And so we're the crazy ones. You know, it's
Are we the
unbelievable to me. So this is a
How we
terrible
baddies?
day for America. Our Congress just sold us all out on FISA, spying on Americans. Our Congress just approved an extension of the 702 provision, which allows warrantless wiretaps and spying on the United States. On TikTok ban, blaming it on China when it was really the Israeli lobby that didn't want there to be criticism of the genocide in Gaza. So we're going to ban TikTok.
Giving them the power to now revoke platforms that they feel threatened by.
So they did that. They passed that in the Senate yesterday, or 2 days ago. Last night? Yesterday, yeah. And then they're allowing billions more to Ukraine and Israel. And one of my political heroes is the uncorruptible Senator Ron Paul, of course, who is the president. They would never let him become president. I wish he would have been president. He just published an unbelievable message about all of this. It's been cut down a little bit, so we cut out some of it just so you can see in context here, but I think we should watch all of this until the end. He's probably one of the sanest voices with this, but he says what just happened in America will go down in history as one of the worst moments in U.S. history. Listen. What?
Running your business can feel like a jungle, overwhelming and scary, but you just need the right tool.
When future historians go searching for the final nail in the U.S. coffin, they may well settle on the date April 20th, 2024. On that day, Congress passed legislation to fund 2.5 wars and what's left of our privacy over to the CIA and the NSA, and give the U.S. president the power to shut down whatever part of the internet he disagrees with. The U.S. and its allies have already sent over $300 billion to Ukraine, and the country is still losing its war with Russia. Nobody believes another $60 billion will pull a victory from the jaws of defeat. But this additional money is meant to keep up appearances until November at the expense of Americans who are forced to pay for it and Ukrainians who are forced to die for it. Speaker Johnson could not have passed these monstrosities without the full support of House Democrats, and as the majority of Republicans voted against more money for Ukraine. So in the worst example of bipartisanship, Johnson reached across the aisle, stiffed the Republican majority that elected him Speaker, and pushed through a massive gift to the warfare corporate welfare state. After the House voted to send another $60 billion to notoriously corrupt Ukraine, members waved Ukrainian flags on the House floor and chanted, "Ukraine, Ukraine." Find it distasteful and disgusting in some ways it seems fitting. Not to be outdone, the U.S. Senate on that same day passed the extension of Section 702 of the FISA Act, which not only allowed the government to continue spying on us without a warrant, but also contained new language massively expanding how they can spy on us. Many conservative voters are asking, what's the point of Republican control of the House if the agenda is determined by Democrats? Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is given reported to have bragged to his colleagues about how easily Speaker Johnson did Democrats.
I know how sassy you are, sir.
And asked nothing in return.
Saying to Brad, his colleague, very like sassy. I love you.
Okay.
We don't want this. We don't want you sending money to Israel. We don't want you sending money to Ukraine. We don't want you sending money to Taiwan.
Last episode.
All of the polling on all of these is 80% no. I don't know who the 20% are.
That like that, they were
You gonna be away?
What?
You gonna be away?
For what?
Bunch of favors?
Okay. Come on.
The same as well.
Coffee and joints?
Okay.
Yeah. No problem. A bunch of favors.
Coffee and joints, and maybe I'll ask you to make me a sandwich.
Like I always do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like you always do.
Yeah, no problem, boss.
Just for my peace of mind, you know?
Yeah.
You're the best, baby.
Love you.
He said he got so furious. He was like yelling, and his dogs were like freaking out. His dogs never seen him yell. I mean, I've known Tucker for 15 years or long. I've never seen the guy yell. And I've seen him get upset about it. But to him, he was flipping out, he said, in that interview with Joe Rogan. And he was like, I'm just so furious. They're allowing this to happen. We're telling you we don't want these things to happen, and you're allowing this to happen in front of America right now. It's really troubling.
But it feels so defeatist because we don't like we the American people don't have a choice in the matter. We can't even elect people we want because they won't give us people we want to elect. So it's like it's like complete lack of any other, what do we do about it? That's what frustrates me so much is like they get to do whatever they want and nobody can tell them no.
Buck Bill here in the chat says, hello, working with the students this way, I'm just curious how you guys at Redacted, how do you de-stress at night? Great question. Get in bed, try to read a book, try to play a little Nintendo Switch, something just to decompress at the end of the day. It is hard. I mean, you have to get outside, you have to walk your dogs, you have to play with your kids, you have to live your life, you have to get some sunshine. You have to interact with other human beings in your neighborhood. We've got to be friendly because that's how we can change this. I think we're starting to see some cracks. I think we're really starting to see some cracks as it's related to the awareness about a lot of these topics.
Yeah.
So I'm encouraged that I think we're starting to see more people, more awareness, more awakening around these topics. I had a discussion recently with a journalist who I won't name, but an amazing journalist, and she said, I think we're seeing some big awareness and awakening that we haven't seen a few years ago, like around COVID. Like, think about this right now, just for a second. If they try to put us into another lockdown and push on us the same crap that they pushed with COVID before, what would we do? We now have an awareness that we would rise up. We know and we have awakened, and I think there's a positivity in that we've come together, we have an awareness about this, and we would say absolutely not, and we would absolutely fight back about it. We have good information today on the WHO and pandemic treaty. Big pushback against the pandemic treaty, which we have reviewed for public information tomorrow on how that comes over. I think you're starting to see some big pushback in that gradual awakening. I think this could be really good. I think there's some
Yeah, we gotta keep going up this. Obviously, like we're talking about lockdown, we gotta get one of those bikes with like a lot of people. Or what are those guys? The guys that people. That you see going down where everyone's having drinks on those bikes, in those party cities. And I would be like, whoever wants to come, we're just gonna drive around in that. I don't want the alcohol. We just like get coffee. That way we go even faster. This is my plan.
No, I have kids.
I'll leave my office and start running the show from a Starbucks.
Okay. I will purposely go see people when I don't do that on a normal basis. What do you call those things? It's like party table bikes.
I don't know that there's like.
We saw it when we visited my mom in Boise. It's like a bar that you go.
Oh yeah, when we were in Philadelphia, we were there for the Democratic National Convention. Myself, Anna Coyman, there's a couple of others.
You rode one of those?
We rode one of those around the city of Philadelphia one morning.
Oh, was that fun?
It was like a little tourist thing, and it was hot as balls outside, and we were sweating our asses off. They make you pedal the whole thing, and it's in Philadelphia in the summer.
Yeah.
Miserable.
That's not COVID friendly, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. So who's coming on my party bike? If there's lockdowns, let me know if you'll join me. I'll take a city tour.
I do that, and I'll run the street.
Drinking espressos and lattes, like that. Okay, are you in on my party bus? Let's do it. Okay, let's talk about Title IX coming up here in a second because I'm also mad as snakes about that. We're also going to talk about, let's see, food prices doubling. I know you don't want to hear that, but we better prep for it because that's part of it. And also, should you be forced to tip? Should that be the law that they make you tip they're calling these deliveristas. You know what a deliverista is? If you're Uber driver, like your Uber Eats delivery guy or girl. If that's so you know what a barista is, right? Oh, see, look, you want to come on my party bike during the next lockdown. It's a date. You committed. I see your screen.
I don't even know where the hell you came up with that idea.
It just sounds like that's what I'm gonna do. Where so you go locked down and there's like police and stuff, and I'm like, here, go to me.
Oh yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Like sort of flaunting it.
Just might work.
Like they're like, yeah.
You know how I went out for a run on Easter and they're like, go home, you have to say your conciliation. And I was like, what? So we had to stay in the neighborhood. I couldn't even run by myself on the beach, So this is what I would do to flaunt those rules. Ooh, I got a lot of tape. We're having a party. Okay. First, before we talk about Title IX, though, we're going to move on. I want to tell you about our friends over at Aura, because if you are inundated with an overwhelming number of spam calls and emails, feel like you're being invaded, like companies are trying to sell you things that you don't want, or worse, they're trying to sell you to other companies, so that's very invasive. But it turns out the data brokers are in fact doing that, and they're making a fortune from it, selling your name, email address, health records, who your relatives are. It's all out there, and it's legal for them to do. So Aura's approach is a game changer. They're not just putting them, they're getting to the root of it and pulling it out. They don't just block the spam and email, they go to the source and stop it. They unsubscribe you, take you off of these lists, and make sure that this stops, and they stop that information to other people. Because a lot of times when you just push stop to a text message or unsubscribe, well, that only stops that one. Is going to keep selling you, and you're going to get new ones. So Aura will help you. They also offer a bunch of other features like antivirus, VPN, password management, even identity theft insurance. That's definitely good to have all of this bundled into one simple, affordable package. So if you're tired of scammers and spammers, check out Aura. They offer a 2-week free trial. You can get more information at aura.com/redacted. One more time, aura.com/redacted. And we also have the link below the description in this video. So again, aura.com/redacted. Okay.
I think we're off.
Ayla n'est pas seulement une enfant douée, elle est beaucoup plus que ça. Elle est beaucoup plus que ça. Elle est beaucoup plus que ça.
We're off on Rumble now.
I think we are. I think we're back.
Rumble.
Yeah. So now we can watch the Rumble chat as well. Do any Rumblers want to come on my party, guys? You see that in the comments? This is a real thing. Okay.
Especially without context, I love it. It's a Natalie party bus on a hot day with hot espresso.
No, ice lattes.
Oh, okay.
It will be like that Kramer episode where he had so many lattes. If you do something with Kevin, I'm just going to be like this little bus. Okay, because that's what I'm going to do. Just stick it to the man. If they ever try and put me in lockdown again, instead of not being with people, I'm going to be with people who are not in my immediate family.
Yeah. I just anyway. I can't imagine how bad it would be if they tried to do that again. To what's going to happen. I hope that there are mass revolts, much worse than we've ever imagined.
Well, we'll know it's coming if there's a nationwide ban on pitchforks like a month before.
Exactly. Okay.
All right.
Well, the Biden administration has taken women's rights and threw them right in the trash. with changes to Title IX. So do not let the liberal Democrats tell you that they stand for women's rights. They don't. I would like to turn to the redheaded libertarian to summarize what this means. I just want to check. We have the F word bleeped from this
Yes.
video. Okay. All right. So yes, we're going to show you this because I think she puts it into context beautifully.
The British valued in the Biden regime was to abolish Title IX of the law. Sex now equals gender. This means that men can now take athletic scholarships from women. Men can now take academic scholarships from women. Men will have full access to women's spaces on campus. This includes their bathrooms and their locker rooms. Men will now be housed in dorms with women. Students and faculty will have their speech compelled to respect pronouns of these people. If you ignore these guidelines, if you question these guidelines, you can be charged with harassment. So I only have one question. Where are these pictures? What are you doing? Where is your pink? You know what's worse than having to drive out of state to get your health care? Abolishing the equal protection of women, forcing women to undress in front of men, not letting them question that because they'll be screwed, compelling their speech, stripping them of their victories, stripping them of their medals, stripping them of their scholarships, violating their spaces, violating their due process. You can still get your abortion. Make a road trip out of it. I don't know. For sure, my mom was in the bias. This has been stripped away from you by some men. So worried about that. We're going to hate out about that. On each other about that. Cry about that. Get mad about that.
I am mad about that.
Yeah, where are these women?
Where are those pea hat women who marched against President Trump because he said hurtful things about other women? But now women are actually being hurt. So where are they? If all you care about is abortion, you're fake. You are not a real feminist. You're just a fancy knit hat wearing pretend feminist. That's fake. So let's go over exactly what's happening. Are you mad? Are you mad, Clayton?
I'm mad. I'm
You
mad.
already were mad.
I was already mad. I'm in a constant state of madness. But I'm more mad at the hypocrisy of it all.
Yes, that really got me because I expect to see those same women marching against this for our daughters, for college and school-aged children, but they're not. And I don't understand it. So let's go through what it is. Now, Title IX is formally called the Education Amendments of 1972. It's a set of laws that prohibit discrimination on the basis of sex in any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. So most often, it's used to make sure that women have fair representation in sports. It's used to protect women in housing, healthcare, education, making sure that women can choose any major they want, making sure that women have the same access to housing and federal grants and those types of opportunities as men typically did. So here are a couple of ways that now Joe Biden has just pissed all over that by including men now in Title IX. Number one, that they added, this is the big one, they added the term gender identity to the definition of women, which means that a man can self-identify into these rights. So now these privileges that Title IX affords to women, not just for sports, men can compete in sports, men can get sports scholarships that were previously offered to women. They can compete for them. They can compete for academic grants, scholarships to schools, and housing opportunities. They can, of course, compete in women's sports and have full access to women's locker rooms, and they can demand that their pronouns are respected, and they can punish anyone who does not use their preferred pronouns. So a man can say, this fellow female athlete called me the wrong pronoun, a he, and now they can be punished. Former Education Secretary Betsy DeVos, she made positive changes to Title IX during the Trump years when she was in office, and she is horrified at the way that her changes were repealed. Here she says this about it. She says, today the Joe Biden administration finalized its radical rewrite of Title IX. I never thought I'd see the day where Title IX was used to harm women, but sadly that day has come. She says the regulation is an assault on women and girls. It makes it a federal requirement that boys be allowed in girls' bathrooms, in elementary school even. Makes it a federal requirement that men be allowed to play women's sports, putting their safety, privacy, and competitive opportunity at risk. And it makes it a federal requirement that feelings, not facts, dictate how Title IX is enforced. Well, she's right about that, and we're going to talk about it. Under the Trump administration, in order to be penalized around Title IX, it had to be an aggressive or a provable offense. Well, now a man can say, well, I don't like how they misgendered me. I don't feel welcomed in this woman's only space. And so they can make a report, and the person they're reporting against has no right to due process anymore, because the new changes to Title IX removes the right to due process and marks a return to what they're calling the kangaroo court system. What this means is that under the Trump administration, Secretary DeVos changed Title IX that allowed anyone who was accused of a Title IX violation a real investigation. So they were now, under the changes during the Trump years, now anyone accused was supposed to be notified of their offense, showed the evidence against them, and allowed a live hearing and the right to cross-examine. But now, the Biden administration has repealed those changes, so it returns to the kangaroo courts. Well, that's what's coming back now. It's saying Team Biden restores the Obama-era Title IX kangaroo court and mixes fairness. And that's what's coming up. And now Title IX requires it. And because of this lack of due process, this is exactly what will happen, is that it will jettison the requirement. Sorry, I can't read this, and it's not loading. Jettison the requirement that unwelcome conduct and harassment will be severe and pervasive, and instead it's just subject to something offensive. No longer require schools to have hearings, and also allow colleges to use just a single investigator, and also scrap the requirement that the accused is guaranteed access to the evidence against them, and mandate that universities report all Title IX offenses, even if the purported victim chooses not to report it. So you can see how this is going to go, given that someone can be punished for only speech. Title IX can now punish a woman on behalf of a man and revoke their right to defend themselves. And who will be doing all of this investigating and condemning? Well, Betsy DeVos points out that it's the same illiberal idiots who enforce DEI on campus. So this restores the so-called single investigator model, where the same campus DEI bureaucrat is the detective, prosecutor, judge, jury, and executioner. It functionally eliminates live hearings designed to seek the truth, and it returns education to the preponderance of the evidence standard, where essentially a coin flip about guilt or innocence can remove a student from campus and tarnish their reputation for life. So you can see, think of somebody like Riley Gaines, who says, I don't want to compete next to this biological man. It's not fair. I'm not being treated fairly. Well, now this biological man can say, she's not making me feel welcome here. She's hurting my feelings. I'm a woman. Report her, and she can be thrown out of that university, and all of her future opportunities stripped.
You know, it's kind of like, remember during the Me Too movement, there were a lot of guys that got caught up in that but lost their careers on hearsay, like just because of the court of public opinion. This is going to be flipped the other way now. So now it'll be women, that stand up, that'll get taken to the court of public opinion and canceled without due process.
Right? It's almost like a Me Too movement, but against women, not for women. That's a really good point. Right, yeah. Okay, even the ACLU is not down with this, and the ACLU loves punishing people for speech. Here are their oppositions. Basically, it's against this single investigator model. Like, hey, everyone is due process. That's kind of our thing. You get to defend yourself. What happened to innocent until proven guilty? All these Title IX total crap revisions happened in the same week that Joe Biden pretended to cheer for women's rights in sports. by calling for Caitlin Clark to get paid more with this tweet that he posted. Women in sports continue to push new boundaries, but they're not paid enough. Get the hell out of here with this. You don't really care about women in sports, or you wouldn't have allowed this Title IX revision. It's a mockery. He doesn't stand for anyone. He says our daughters deserve more. I'm going to say get my daughter out of your head. Don't even mention our daughters, sir. Thankfully, I do think that this will be challenged in court. FIRE, the Free Speech Advocacy Center that I go on and on about a lot because I'm a fan. They say that they're watching this and they will be willing to fight it if they have to, because it is a clear undermine of campus free speech and due process rights. I'm pretty sure they're going to have to. I feel like this is going to be imposed against women in a draconian way. We will see women losing their titles in sports. We will see them losing access to their scholarships, their fellowships, their academic records, all of this. I feel exactly like this woman on Twitter, Megan Maureen, who said that this legislation shows you who actually cares about women and who pretends to. She says, shout out to the feminists that worked hard for equal rights and protection for women, only to vote for people that are taking those rights away from our daughters. Hashtag Title IX. So let me know how you feel about this and fake feminism that supports it. And if you're pissed off as I am, yeah, let me know in the comments below. If we are allowed comments by YouTube.
If you're just joining us, yes, we addressed at the very beginning of tonight's show why a lot of comments have been disabled on our videos lately. It's YouTube is doing its thing. I don't know. They've shut off comments in a lot of our videos. So reached out to YouTube trying to get answers on that. So it's not us censoring you guys. Just want you to understand that. If you suddenly see a video that says comments are disabled, that's not us. So we apologize. There's nothing we can do about it at this moment. We are under the tyranny of these big tech companies. Speaking of being under the tyranny, we're also under attack. It looks like Rumble has been under attack. Some sort of denial of service attacks or something. So our live stream over there, a bunch of live streams it seems like they've been taken down because there's not like a lot of live streams, and so something's been going on. They finally got our live stream up over on Rumble tonight, but now like someone was just writing here in the chat just a second ago that they were trying to type something out on Rumble, and then the chat room just disappeared. It just disappeared. So I don't know what's going on.
What in the world? Okay.
What's going on?
Well, let's just keep going, you guys. All we can do, we can complain or we can keep going. So we're not going to complain. We have more news to get to. We're going to talk about food prices doubling in the coming weeks and months and how we can prepare for that. We're also going to talk about whether or not, Democratic lawmakers should force you to tip for your food delivery service. They have a bill to do just that in New York City. If it comes to a Uber Eats near you, how are you going to react? Also, we're going to talk about should you be able to pay more in order to board early or go through airport security early? Because California lawmakers don't want you to do that either. They love perverting market forces. They're perverts. Did you know that? Politicians.
Oh, yeah, of course.
They're all perverts.
Yeah.
They're perverts, specifically market force perverts, and probably perverts in other ways.
All you need to do is look at ethanol. See that for your thing.
Right. All right. But first, we want to tell you about our show sponsor over at the Wellness Company, because they have something that you might be interested in called Contagion Kit. Now, of course, we have warnings about new viruses, new things that are on the rise. It's hard to know what to be prepared for. Just today, we got news that the bird flu was found in traces of raw milk in something like 8 states. You don't know, right? So we don't know what's going to happen next if someone gets infected with the bird flu or COVID, or how long until forced masks come. We can speculate all day. The point is, do you have what your family needs this time around? A flu or a nebulizer? Most doctors won't even consider prescribing these, but we've got you covered. So keep listening, because Americans are waking up and understanding, hey, maybe I should just take matters into my own hands. Maybe I should be prepared. That's why this one-of-a-kind prescription emergency kit from the Wellness Company provides you with a carefully selected assortment of effective medications for bird flu, COVID, other respiratory illnesses. It has hydroxychloroquine, Z-Pak, Tamiflu, a lot of other stuff with a nebulizer. So you can rest easy knowing at least you have emergency meds on hand, along with a guidebook for safe use. It's backed by research by experts like Dr. Peter McCullough, a friend of the show, Dr. Harvey Breach. The wellness company's Contagion Emergency Kit is a must-have, so check it out right now. You'll get 10% off at checkout with our code REDACTED. Just go and see if this is something you should have. Is it prudent planning to have something like this? So head on over to twc.health/redacted. Use our code REDACTED. twc.health/redacted.
Voici les 100 tapis de Hyundai entièrement redistribués. Avec sa toute nouvelle 3e rang de siège et jusqu'à 7 places assises. Le watch change tout.
All right, let's talk about food prices. Well, you invest in like gold, real estate, stocks, but what about investing in food? Have you guys thought about doing that? Buying some bottles of alcohol, rice, other things you could sell if you needed to? Because right now, buying food in 2024 at certain prices is maybe going to be a bit of a steal, because what's coming next year, the cost of that item could double in value. Buy a bag of rice this year, and this year's prices for next year will be double in the United States. That's exactly what's about to happen. As researchers say, get ready for the cost of food to nearly double by 2025. It's not a fantasy world we're living in right now, because this is not at all out of the realm of the possibility right now. Since Biden came to office, food prices have gone up over 30%. So is it hard to believe that they would double in price? The cost of meat, with all of these farms being destroyed, meat processing plants being destroyed, on top of the fact that the U.S. dollar is declining. The CPI index, of course, studies over 80,000 products, and prices across all categories are up 30% on average. Some are up even higher, up into the 40% range. Laura Trott is a British politician who served as the chief secretary to the Treasury, who tried to go on national television and say that food prices have come down and people have more money in their wallets. Thank goodness. The host of Good Morning Britain caught her in a lie. Watch this unbelievable moment. Out of touch.
Great news for people at home. We saw inflation coming down. Crucially, we saw food prices coming down. And this hasn't happened by accident. This has been a result of the government working very hard with the bank, the Monetary Policy Committee, to make sure we got the inflation rate coming down steadily now. Real wages are now rising, and people can have a little bit more money at the end of the month, and that's really good news.
Just to be clear, because I think you misspoke just then. When you said prices were coming down, did you mean prices are going up?
Sorry, the rates of which prices are rising are coming down.
So
inflation is coming down.
Food prices are still going up.
Yeah, I'll do the
five.
Can you explain this to
4%, and not 5%.
Just explain this to our viewers. And you say inflation's coming down, and people say to us, I know that the price of goods are going up. So just explain to our viewers how those two things can be true.
So real wages are rising and have been rising now for the last 8 months. And that's really important because it means more money in your paycheck at the end of the month. And that is looking at wage rises and then taking away the impact of inflation. So that is really important.
The prices are going up.
Prices are going up. I mean, the inflation, as you know, the target rate of inflation for the country is set to 2%. So that is the target. That is what the Bank of England and the government are working towards.
So inflation's coming out, the prices are going up. Prices up.
You know, that's like you have a water leak in your house, and they're like, you know what? About 4% less water is coming out now. You're still getting a lot of water. Your floor's still flooding, but it's only 4%.
It's not even that. It's the way in which we measured that 4%, which is now coming down. The water is still there, but the way in which we measured it, we basically effed with the numbers and the measuring mechanism, so it's still the same amount of water. In fact, oh, by the way, it's getting worse.
I mean, but your water bill prices are coming down. Like prices are coming down. But what I mean is the price, the speed at which prices are going up is slowing down.
Exactly.
That's exactly
the math she did.
Exactly. caught in a lie, and thank for him for actually calling that out. So inflation is the number one issue for 18 to 29-year-olds across all demographics right now. This is the number one issue in the United States across all demographics, inflation. If you're wondering about the 2024 election and the issue at the top of the war room right now in Camp Biden headquarters, it's all about inflation. Inflation is hitting Americans hard no matter where they live. So you're going to hear a lot of messaging right now coming out of the Biden administration on how you're fine. We're doing everything we can to combat inflation,
Can
and
we
you're
look at
fine.
this chart again? These are how many percentage of these demographics are looking at inflation and worried about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you see at the top there is inflation on the chart.
Right. Let's look at the breakdown by party. 58% of Democrats and 76% of Republicans. So this 58% of Democrats is the rest of them are just actively participating in cognitive dissonance, because clearly it bothers them too. It bothers everybody. Are they choosing not to be bothered by it because it would harm their ideology?
Oh yeah, I follow on purpose some liberals on X just to see sort of the paranoia, and just see some of the craziness out there, because I like to tap into that. And it's unbelievable the cognitive dissonance about. They're like, while you're complaining about, and by the way, I'm going to show you some craziness here in a moment, if you want to see how Democrats are responding. In fact, maybe we can just go to that now, Philip, because Natalie brought it up. Yeah, maybe it's a little difficult. Can you go to the Joe Scarborough?
And I'm also I'm curious why so few Hispanics, like 58% doesn't even hit 60% are worried about inflation. So this is an interesting chart. I have many questions.
So
You're not
actually,
the demographer.
we'll get to the Joe Scarborough thing in a second. Don't worry about that, Philip. But so go back to the chart if you would a second, because I think this is really important. You called out the Democrats on this chart, but I want to call out the independents. So look at the upper right-hand corner. Those are independents. 63% of independents. Now, these are people that don't vote Democrat or Republican, and these are the swing voters. These are the people who can vote and will likely vote if they want to come out and support one or the other in this election. 63% of them.
Mm-hmm.
So we know where the battle lines are right now. And it's crushing. Look at the black number too, 66%, 58% Hispanic,
Right.
also affected by this and talking about it and concerned about it.
Right. This is crazy.
This is the most damning chart that the Biden administration could be looking at right now. Inflation is hitting America.
This is kind of a positive, because knowing that those percentages are so high, if Biden happens to get as many votes or close to it as he did last time, I think more people will be like, BS. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we put it up just one more time? Because
Why do you marry this chart? You love it so much.
I really do. Okay, let's look down the issues for Democrats that they find the most concerning, the thing they're worried about the most, women's reproductive rights. F off with that, because you're allowing Title IX to erode all women's rights. And by women's reproductive rights, you are saying you want women to have abortions, which is bad for a woman's body, increases your risk of breast cancer. So don't pretend that you care about women's health. They can kiss my ass with that. Okay, sorry, I can't with this chart. That's literally the number one issue for Democrats?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to know why America is collapsing in one chart?
You're not worried about immigration. You're not worried about crime. Look how few are worried about crime. No, free speech is a 30%. They don't give a.
But they really care about climate change also.
About that.
55% for climate change.
And gun violence.
If they really cared, they would have, like, Obama ran on codifying Roe v. Wade. Biden ran on it, and now he's saying that they'll do it again. It's like it's virtue signaling. They don't hold pressure to the Democrats that could have codified that back when Obama, they had a majority.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all, they don't want that to go away, because then they lose their talking point that gets that 68%. That is a good narrative for them to have to get people to want to vote for them when they could have fixed it years ago.
Did you see the new ad that's running in California, by the way? We'll continue with the story in a second, but on reproductive rights. It's a California ad, and it's running right now, and it's an anti-Trump ad. And it shows two girls, like, basically on their way, I guess, to get an abortion. And the California police are, like, racing to stop them, and they pull them over. And they basically want them to check I guess, like, do like a pregnancy test or something like that. Like, you can't cross state lines. Like, if If you're trying to cross state lines right now to go get an abortion in another state or whatever, you can't do it. And Trump's going to stop you from being able to cross state lines. Like, that's the kind of fear-mongering ads that the Biden administration is putting out right now. That's their biggest topic, is abortion. So inflation hitting Americans hard no matter where they live, with one Montana cafe owner saying his food costs have increased 175%. The average Montana household has spent $26,000 more due to inflation since January of 2021. This is KRTV reporting.
Visit just about any restaurant or store, and you'll hear people talking about inflation. And the Evergreen Cafe inside this Billings Ace hardware store is no exception.
Our food costs have increased by about 175%. Everything from dairy, especially meat and poultry, has been a huge factor. Grocery items such as fruits and vegetables.
According to the Joint Economic Committee, the average Montana household has spent $26,000 more due to inflation since January of 2021. Breaking down the numbers even further, that equates to $253 more a month on housing, $141 more per month on energy costs, and $142 a month more on food.
So let me know in the comments below what you're seeing in terms of costs in your family. So of course, Biden is trying to blame companies with what he calls shrinkflation. He rolled out this. By the way, he's basically admitting that this has all happened under his watch. He's admitting, he's doing an ad talking about this, and it's happened under his administration, calling attention to it. Like, if you weren't even paying attention to it or you weren't fully aware of it, well, now you are, thanks to Biden during his Super Bowl commercial. Remember this garbage?
The Super Bowl Sunday. If you're anything like me, you like to be surrounded by a snack or two while watching the big game. You know, when buying snacks for the game, you might have noticed one thing. Sports juice bottles are smaller. The bag of chips is fewer chips. They're still charging you just as much. And as an ice cream lover, what makes me the most angry is the ice cream carts that actually shrunk in size and not in price. I've had enough of what they call shrinkflation. It's a rip-off. Some companies are trying to pull a fast one by shrinking the product little by little and hoping you won't notice. The American public is tired of being praised for suckers. I'm calling on companies to put a stop to this. Let's make sure businesses do the right thing now.
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You've got to make sure you're covered. I'm talking about enterprise grades.
Yeah, the White House got your back.
Did you also notice you can get subtitles on there? Because I don't understand it.
You can get
the president of the United States has to pick a pin that has a U.S. and Ukraine flag.
Then during the State of the Union address, he brought up the same damn thing.
In fact, the snack companies think you won't notice if they change the size of the bag. They put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag, but fewer chips. No, I'm not joking. It's called shrinkflation.
As researcher Brandon Smith points out, there's no evidence that these 30% spikes in prices have anything to do with shrinkflation or greenflation, or call it whatever you want. As Peter Schiff points out, you pull the fast one with deficit spending, the public pays for with inflation. Food companies are doing you a favor by hiding your inflation back by shrinking prices. If they were more transparent by raising prices, instead your record low popularity would be even lower. Imagine that, right? If the prices are skyrocketing, they're actually kind of doing a favor by putting a fewer chips in a bag.
Give them a talking point.
Right, and giving him a talking point. But the real point is, if they were to increase the prices, that's every $5.
And also letting him pretend that he's wild and hungry and, you know,
Right.
talking to the
Shopping.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, well, I'm not sure if you have any, idea how much extra grocery prices are. For example, I go into Vegas, no one even pays attention. I walk in and say hi to people, no one even sees me. So, that happens. And then here's this economy poll. Percentage of voters who list the economy as the top issue right now by age. You can see the breakdown there by ages of who says the economy is their top priority. And it's, 18 to 29-year-olds, young people, the poll again. So you want to get those young voters, Biden, sorry. But according to liberal talking heads like Bill Scarborough, It's your fault that all of this. You're not really seeing high grocery prices. You're just delusional. You're a delusional MAGA red hat wearing nutjob. And he's sick of you complaining about America. He's sick about it. He's sick about you guys complaining about illegal immigration. He's sick of you guys complaining about trans people. He's sick about all of it. He says you're spreading Putin propaganda. Listen, they are obsessed with trashing America when America is stronger, more powerful than ever before. Its economy stronger and more powerful than before. So what do? They find a trans athlete in Utah. So, I was coming to it. Help me, Jesus. The country ain't the country I was raised in. No, it's better. It's stronger. We're more powerful. Our military's more powerful. Relative to the rest of the world, our economy is stronger. Relative to the rest of the world. But you would never know this because they are fed a steady stream of hate America first rhetoric, which I suppose is when you're the chairman of the House GOP saying that some of those dupes and backbenchers are actually claiming to pro-Russian propaganda and spreading it across their districts, across America, and across the House floor. Okay. Propaganda. No. So your inflation problems, that's a fake. You're not feeling that. Your grocery prices aren't actually higher. That's Putin propaganda. And I love how he talks about the military. Yeah. And anytime somebody has to tell me that I feel okay, you know, it's like I went to the doctor and I'm like, hey, I'm in pain. The doctor's like, no, you're fine. I'm like, what am I? Like, oh, okay, I guess my bad. So they have to tell me, like, they have to yell like that I'm doing fine. The prices aren't that higher, that my dollar's not buying less. Like, they have to tell me that. You know they're lying because I know it's not. You know, it's like, right. It's like I see it.
Maybe if you leave, 30 Rock and get out of the city, you might find some reality in life. Even, did you see in that clip, Willie Geist was like, no, sure, while we tell the American people they're fine.
Al Sharpton is sitting there.
And that they're worried about ballots.
Yeah,
that's the job now.
All of these liberal elites sitting there, like in their New York City studio, like, I'm sure it might be fine for you. You're upset that people are so upset about illegal immigration in the United States. He also went on and ran the whole little episode about illegal immigration. And there's like four immigrants coming across the border. 4 immigrants coming across the border. You guys are out there complaining about it. You're talking about being out of touch. And then you blame and you're saying the United States military is the strongest it's ever been.
And the economy is stronger than ever?
Yeah, the economy is stronger than ever. So maybe, again, I detailed it extensively how there's a tale of two economies emerging right now. It's the wealthy are getting wealthier, like we just from through, and then the rest of America is paying exorbitant amounts for everyday items, over 80,000 different items, everything from energy to rent to the groceries. So it's so condescending that you can sit there and say that about America.
It literally is the same scoop from 30 Rock, where Avery, Acre, goes to North Korea and her job is to tell everybody they're fine. In other news, you've had enough of news. We're moving on. Like, that's a joke. You should not be doing that. But that's the job now.
We got one of these to get to here on your Wednesday. We talk about should we be forced to read tips. Let us know in the comments. Maybe we can have a poll asking people who are on YouTube, should you be forced to read tips? So if your poll results, you can get there in a second. Just for tip. But first, we're going to tell you about our friends over at the Wellness Company because right now they have their spike support formula. Yes, our friends at the Wellness Company are here twice tonight because we've got 2 different things they want to tell you about. The spike support formula. It contains ingredients researched to block and dissolve COVID spike proteins in the bloodstream. Hundreds of people, vaccinated or not, have reported better mental clarity, increased energy levels after taking the spike support daily. This could be the key to getting back to that pre-COVID feeling. Spike high protein causes a whole host of long-term health issues that we're seeing happening in real time. This is not a fantasy. This is documented now. We all know about it extensively. Dr. Peter McCullough has extensively talked about it and documented it for 20 years health. We have Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Harvey Rich, and the chief medical officer of the company that formulated this unmatched supplement that may help with all of these issues. You guys, I have a close friend up in Pennsylvania who hasn't felt the same since he ended up taking the vaccine and then got COVID, and he hasn't felt the same since 4 years. And this could be the answer that we can put, to be honest with you. The wellness company, they're living with kids right now for a while. I've been on sale. You guys got to check them out. This product is one that I honestly believe every American, vax or not, should be taking daily. Try the revolutionary over-the-counter spike support formula. Now, all you need to do is go to twc.health/redacted. Get 10% off at checkout. twc.health/redacted. Get 10% off at checkout. Try their spike support formula right now. Thanks to the wellness company for supporting Redacted and media. We really, really appreciate it. How's our Rumble stream doing? Rumble was under attack today.
Yeah, we got it back. It is now live with chat and live viewers. So.
Oh. There you are. I see you.
And normally we have like 15,000-20,000 of you watching this. So we're under attack today, so now it's 4,000.
Well, we're happy for you. 4,000.
All
right. Well, should you be forced to tip your food delivery person on your food delivery app, like Uber Eats? Well, that's the kind of nonsense that lawmakers are spending their time on. In New York City, City Councilman Sean Pengrue introduced a bill to force you into tipping your food delivery person on their app. So what they're doing is making sure that any food delivery app has a forced tipping option when you check out. So think about this for a second. New York City right now is a post-apocalyptic hell, with people getting assaulted on the subway, migrants leaving poop in the streets, and on people's brownstones, like literally poops when you walk out of your house. But instead of dealing with all that, they're dealing with this. The bill would force food delivery apps like Uber Eats to require a tip on your order, and it requires app makers to automatically add at least 10%, you can always go more, on your order, and then make you figure out how to remove it if you don't want a tip. They call these people the deliveristas. They say they're looking out for the deliveristas. It's like a Starbucks barista, and they're bringing the food delivery. Now, the city already, the reason they have to do this is a market perversion, because they screwed up with the first market perversion. So what they did was they passed a law requiring these deliveristas to make a minimum of $19.56 per hour, $19.56, which is in turn a price hike that the delivery apps then passed on to the consumers because that increased their costs. It's not like, well, we saw the segment we just did about rising costs of food, but it's not like the restaurants or the apps themselves were making so much money that they had it to share with the deliveristas. They didn't, so they had to take it out of their bottom line. So then, since prices went up for the consumers, tips went down, and it hurt the deliveristas. So the delivery service, they were not all of them suddenly making more. Their business was hurt, so they had to cut people's hours, and they could have had to pay them less. This is what happened here at Bloomberg reporting. To compensate for the added cost, Uber and DoorDash and Grubhub, they had to make changes to their app, so they reduced the delivery guys' hours and limited their earning potential. So again, lawmakers perverted market forces by increasing wages. The deliveristas were hurt, as they were warned about from a comment. So now they need to convert the market again by forcing the tip. And what do you think that will do? Well, anyone who is taking a freshman level econ class would know that when you have price hikes onto the consumer, it will curb demand. That's called the law of demand. You literally learn this on your first day in an econ class. So consider this price hike for New Yorkers all at the same time
that the new state budget puts New York City taxpayers on the hook for all illegal migrant shelters in the city. And wow, why would anyone want to live in New York City when they just keep increasing the price of the things that you want to buy and the things you don't want to buy, such as migrant food and shelter? I don't know. This is just one example of lawmakers, again, being idiots, not understanding sort of natural economics. This may be well-intentioned, I don't know, but it's sure ignorant. And every time they do this, costs go up for the consumer. Here's another thing that lawmakers think they're doing right. Nobody asked them to do it, and it will increase costs for the consumers. Check out California Senate Bill 1352. What you're looking at there is a bipartisan law that proposes to end the CLEAR program in all California airports because they say it's unfair to have people cutting in line just because they pay more. Do you guys know what CLEAR is? What it is a service that you can pay a yearly fee, and when you go to the airport, you can go in a faster check line through airport security screening because you've been pre-screened and you pay for that convenience. Well, they're saying it's not fair that people who have the means to pay for that convenience get that convenience and everybody else waits in the regular line, right? So my dad, who is professionally related quite a lot, had an Oakland he never makes about that. And so he's really expensive. We had some text about it. But by this logic, people should not pay more and get better service or expectation. Well, by that logic, you remove all first class free boarding or even first class in general, right? You shouldn't allow TSA free or global entry. Those both cost money as well. What about the HOV lane and the HOT lane where you pay more to not sit in traffic? How is that what we're doing now? What do you think of that? Guys, boys?
Pay more. I mean, that is capitalism. Pay more to go in these different areas. You want the fast gas at anything like amusement park, you pay more for it. Like,
you pay.
Get the reality of. It's like you don't look at this like they're gonna if they eliminate first class. They're not gonna. It's not like they're gonna make the entire plane first class. You're just gonna make the entire plane economy.
Yeah.
Right. So it doesn't work out.
Right. So, again, what airline publishers are saying, the airlines published a letter to the Senate Transportation Committee saying this proposal will increase cost of flying or, you guessed it, consumers. Okay.
Can you offer me super check is electronic tips that are often spent in whole or in part by employers. Always tip by using cash.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
I only cash tips for
Right. All right, let's see what the airlines say about this. They say this not only threatens to increase fees on air carriers, also severely restricts airports' ability to effectively manage lines at a security checkpoint, resulting in a negative experience for our California customers. Now they note in the bottom, CLEAR is working just fine. All consumers find value in it. They say in 2023 alone, CLEAR verified our frequent flyers over 5 million times in California, which means our loyal customers find value in CLEAR. So who wants it? Who complained about it? Basically nobody. This is lawmakers taking this upon themselves. Well, some of the union groups have complained about it, but not consumers. Watch.
CLEAR has been driving business around doing things quite well, providing passengers willing to pony up an additional $189 a year in opportunity who either won't or can't do that themselves.
Association of Flight Attendants and the union that represents TSA screeners in Northern California spoke in support of the bill, saying they have security concerns about CLEAR.
Okay.
stupid laws that will increase costs to you that nobody asked them for, so maybe tackle a big issue that no one's asking for.
Maybe you could tackle the Uber issue for city. You could tackle the fact that city people who live there are paying for your flights and illegal immigrant flights to Chicago.
Oh, I wonder if they get included at TSA, given that they don't have ID.
There's a special line for that. Yeah, are you an illegal immigrant? That's the fast pass line. Still right to it. You don't have to wait in the line.
Yeah, the rate at which illegal immigrants are coming in is going down. That's the increase. You know what I mean?
Oh, right.
It's increasing much slower. We're doing that math. Right. We're doing that thing.
Yeah.
The tools that we made out were cheaper tools than measure.
Let's go over the poll really quick. So should you be forced to leave a tip? 2,300 votes so far. 1% yes. Who are you? And 90%
Service workers, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Or they hit the wrong button. But damn it, I voted yes.
Right. I'm not saying you shouldn't leave a tip. I'm saying that natural market forces should figure this out. It should not be lawmakers and putting this onus on business owners and then hurting the actual people who are doing work.
Right. Yeah, or we go back and get a coffee and work it out.
Let's go to places now where they're not serving you, they don't do any work. You know, they are, they're making your food, but it's not like they're taking it off your table, they're filling your drink, and they're putting tips on the receipt.
Yeah.
And it makes you feel like, like an asshole if you don't tip.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, there's now a tip jar at my local gas station, like buy a bottle of water, something like that. There's a tip jar up there. Seriously?
What are you doing? Yeah.
It's odd that these tip jars and all this stuff has really emerged over the past 3 years, isn't it?
Right.
It really is odd.
I'm gonna sit one on my front porch and any FedEx driver that comes up and be like, tip.
He's dropping a package off. Yeah, you should put out a tip jar. That's a great idea. And see if they actually did you any money.
I'm gonna put one on my desk here.
There you go.
See if anybody tips me first.
Okay. Well, we have at least $5 in super chats or $10 in super chats that said buy 2 of the coffee to immediately send you instead of gift card.
Yeah.
But that'll get you one Starbucks if you have to tip.
Well, and also,
You earned it.
YouTube takes their, what does YouTube take? They take 40%.
It's a 70-30 split, we get
30. Great. So YouTube gets theirs.
Thanks.
Thanks, YouTube.
Well,
All
we
right.
appreciate whatever you have to offer. Thank you so much for your comments. Thank you for coming here and share this video and comments because as we talked about before we got started, we get sort of these down-ranking or shadow banning movements that we can't control. So you showed up. We appreciate it. Also, you're signed up for my caffeine-powered party bus. So
And the newsletter. We have a great newsletter. You should all subscribe to it. We only had 100 of you sign up for our newsletter yesterday. What in the world's going on? All of you should subscribe because it's our only way to stay connected with you outside of the tyranny of these big tech companies. And it's a great newsletter. You get in your inbox first thing in the morning. All you need to do is just go to redacted.inc, it's not .com, and just put in your email address and say, yes, you'd like to receive the newsletter. And then you'll receive a welcome email. It might go to your spam folder. Gmail labels us as dangerous, labels our newsletter dangerous. And so it might wind up in your spam or promotions folder, something like that. So just look for my name, Clayton, at redacted.inc. That's where it'll come from. That's the email address. And then just click confirm. And then tomorrow morning, about 7:30 in the morning, you'll receive the newsletter in your inbox. And you can read it in about 5 or 10 minutes over your cup of coffee, over your croissant, over your bagel. And hopefully it'll make you more informed. It'll kick your day off on the right foot. And we cover stories you're not going to see other places. So again, redacted.inc is the place to go. Oh, wow.
she's looking for an input in that data forever. Oh, I'm gonna find it.
Did you tell her those sound flyers?
No, I thought you did.
I'm gonna tell her.
Oh, no. The quickest way from a billion points of data to a point of view. That's why.
And yeah, redacted said, if you want a tip as well. No, we don't need anything.
No, but tip that like button. Do that.
Yeah, it's all free. Our newsletter is free. This show is free. So please, subscribe. Oh, someone wrote me earlier today and said, subscribe to Redacted for a year. YouTube unsubscribed me.
That happens.
That happens like once a month. So they, for some reason, target independent media sources like us, and they unsubscribe you. I personally have never been unsubscribed from like all the channels that I follow. But our channel, they think that you shouldn't be subscribed to it, so they unsubscribe you. If that happens, make sure you just click on the subscribe button once again. It's unbelievable the crap that we have to deal with in 2024. But that's what we're at.
I still find it amusing that sort of like what the three plus years I've been on this channel, I've received one notification from YouTube that redacted one.
And that's supposed to, the reason you click the bell notification is to be notified when we go live. That's the whole function of the bell notification. And yet, YouTube doesn't send out notifications for our show, like on purpose. Like, they don't want people watching. You know, like, this is the thing. They unsubscribe you, and then they don't send the notifications out. It's really crazy. It's not crazy. This is 2024. Anyway, guys, much love to all of you guys for being here. You guys are the troopers. We really appreciate it. We have the best audience in independent media, so thank you guys. We'll be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern time. Have a great night, everyone. Enjoy yourselves. We'll see you tomorrow.
Want 15% off every pet food order? Plus treats and litter? Try subscribe to save. Easy repeat deliveries with free shipping. Pause, skip, or cancel anytime. Subscribe to save today.
Well, here is a story that is being redacted by them.
Warm welcome to this talk. It's Wednesday, the 24th of April, looking at the use of midazolam in the United Kingdom. And it looks like a lot of people died as a direct result of being given midazolam. Now, if this is the case, that means that COVID killed far fewer people than we thought, and midazolam killed way more people than we thought. This really couldn't be more serious. Let's hope there's not a massive scandal of international proportions about to break onto the scene. Now, let's give you the evidence for this, rather than just me talking about it. Here we have this paper here. This is what we're going to be looking at. So, the paper is entitled Excess Deaths in the United Kingdom, Midazolam and Euthanasia in the COVID-19 Pandemic. This is the link. Medical and clinical research. This is the journal. And just to give you the citation for this, really important material. Midazolam and Euthanasia in the COVID-19 Pandemic, and it's published in Medical and Clinical Research, peer-reviewed journal article. Check it out for yourself. Now, what the authors did, macro data during the COVID-19 pandemic in the United Kingdom are shown to have significant data anomalies and inconsistencies with the existing explanations. This paper contends that the existing explanations of death, i.e. that a lot of people died from COVID, is simply wrong. People did die from COVID, but fewer than the official statistics are indicating, is the argument of this paper. England in 2020. In the UK, there was a spike in deaths. Now, I'm going to show you a few graphics in a minute. I'll go through the text first. So, UK spike in deaths wrongly attributed to COVID-19 in April 2020. Wrongly attributed. This gave the impression that COVID was a much more dangerous disease than it actually was. And we based a lot of our thinking at the time on this inaccurate data. The government simply didn't correct for us. Just stick to what's in the paper. Wrongly attributed to COVID-19 in April 2020 was not due to SARS-CoV-2 virus, according to this paper. These are direct quotes from the paper, which was largely absent at that time, so the virus was largely absent, therefore it couldn't have been causing the deaths. It was due to the widespread use of midazolam injections, benzodiazepine sedative. Not only that, I know from talking to a lot of colleagues and some former students that it was often given with midazolam, which was the government guideline at the time. Morphine and midazolam given together will basically stop you breathing. This is not esoteric pharmacology. This is well known in healthcare provision, which were statistically very highly correlated, coefficient over 90%, with excess deaths in all regions of England during 2020, and as we'll see, all regions of the UK as well. Importantly, excess deaths remain elevated following mass vaccination in 2021. So this is arguing that excess deaths remain high following the rollout of the mass vaccination campaign, indicating that the mass vaccination campaign was nowhere near as effective as the government were indicating at the time. It was statistically uncorrelated to COVID injections, and when he says COVID injections, it means, of course, the so-called vaccinations, while remaining significantly correlated to midazolam injections. So these excess deaths were not were statistically uncorrelated to COVID vaccines, but remained significantly correlated to midazolam injections. The widespread and persistent use of midazolam in the UK suggests a possible policy of systemic euthanasia. Now, these are not my words, these are direct from the paper. You may think they're rather strong words, but we'll see it's based on very good graphical evidence that I'm about to give you. This really is a massive piece of news. Unlike Australia, where assessing the statistical impact of COVID injections on excess deaths was relatively straightforward, UK excess deaths were closely associated with the use of midazolam and other medical interventions, such as morphine. Of course, we know that people that were ventilated didn't do very well as well. The UK iatrogenic pandemic. Iatrogenic means caused by medical treatment. So were these deaths largely caused by iatrogenesis? Certainly a lot of them were. Was it an iatrogenic pandemic as opposed to a COVID pandemic that was killing the majority of people? We must have answers to this. This couldn't be more important. We're talking about the lives of thousands of people, and I know from heartbreaking comments and discussions that many of those were relatives, friends, loved ones, family members. Caused by euthanasia deaths from midazolam and also likely caused by COVID injections, according to the paper. So the iatrogenic pandemic caused by medical treatment in the UK. Two causes: euthanasia deaths from midazolam, according to this paper, and likely caused by COVID injections. COVID injections. Well, their relative impact is difficult to measure from the data due to the causal proximity of euthanasia. In other words, these things are happening at roughly the same time, so it's hard to pick apart the COVID injections and what was the midazolam injections. Both, of course, equally bad because the patient ended up no longer with us. Global investigation of COVID-19 epidemiology, based only on the relative impacts of COVID disease and vaccination, may be inaccurate due to the neglect of significant confounding factors in some countries. Let me know what countries the author is probably referring to here. Let's just look at a few illustrate this. So here we have UK monthly all-cause total debts. Now the green here is monthly all-cause total debts. That's in the green. And what we have in the red is the level of excess debts. So we can see the excess debts here and the total debts there. No question about the excess debts, of course, quite obvious. UK monthly excess debts, baseline and sigma. Now the sigma here is the standard deviations. So basically, if something's 2 standard deviations, 2 sigma, that's counted as being significant in terms of statistics. If something is 5 sigma, that's 5 standard deviations away from the observation we would expect. The chances of that happening are 1 in 3.5 million. So 5 sigma is 1 chance in 3.5 million. And you might remember that's how they worked out that the Higgs boson existed, because it reached a 5 sigma level of significance. So that's the standard used in physics. Of course, we're talking about life science here, which is we often work on much lower levels of significance than 1 in 3.5 million. So there are the excess debts there, and we see the monthly sigma. So there we see anything above, so that's the 2 line there. So anything above that line is significant. Anything above the 5 sigma line, which is about there, the chances of this happening are 1 in 3.5 million. So we can see that this probably reaches to here, and this most certainly does. This goes up to almost 19, nearly 20 sigma. Quite mind-blowing, really. And monthly new COVID deaths, all in thousands, of course. So what we're looking at here, so look at this line here. So this is the level of COVID here. This is the level of deaths. Now, if this is accurate, this gives an infection fatality rate of 24.3%. And we know that COVID is nothing like in 7 years now. These people seem to be mostly dying, or correlates with the administration of Dansel. Again, monthly new COVID deaths in red here, and monthly new cases relatively low. And here we see monthly new cases here, but monthly new COVID deaths being remarkably low. Infection fatality rate of only 0.18. So we see clear and strong correlations between excess deaths in 2020 and very low levels of COVID infections at the time when midazolam was being given out, with less caution than I would like to have seen. Now this is now the lead time here seems to be about 5 months. This is monthly COVID injections here. This is the excess mortality. So if we take these 2 peaks here, so these are monthly COVID injections, and then 5 months later, there's a peak in excess deaths. And again, we can correlate the excess deaths with the COVID injections. We can say it's causal, of course. It's merits an answer. Correlations are accurate. Of course, very often, correlation is associated. This is the descriptions from Dansel according to OpenDescribing.net. And you see they peaked up. These are the different regions of England. Everywhere is giving out a lot of the Dansel at this time, and again, later on. UK monthly excess mortality by region. So we see that this was happening across the regions. Basically, on that slide. UK, England, monthly midazolam injections and deaths. Now here we see the midazolam injections in green, and we see the excess deaths in red. So there, so we see the great increase in the amount of midazolam given in green, followed by the deaths very closely after that in red. You see it there very clear. You see it here. The deaths slightly after midazolam injury. You see it here. Again, you see it here. But there is a very tight correlation. Of course, patients may be on alkaline therapeutics for their that correlation there is very, very tight indeed. And then the green is midazolam injection. Red is totally excess deaths. If anyone says to you, those two peaks there, not worthy of investigation, how much time does it have to be to be worthy? So they are very close. This is for that was written below. This is for UK as a whole. Again, midazolam injections green. I mean, look how tight those correlations are. Midazolam injections in green. Excess deaths in red. These are questions that need to be answered. Very tight correlation between midazolam use and excess deaths. That was the situation in London. Again, it's the same. The monthly midazolam injections and the excess deaths very closely correlated. That was the situation in the west. That was the situation in southwest. England. Here we see the monthly excess deaths in thousands there. Monthly new midazolam doses there. And this is 2020. Wow, this is where it kind of was 2020 there. And here we see very high excess deaths being correlated with excess midazolam use. So, not proud day to be British, really. Need more studies on this, of course, but we also need answers, and this is something that mainstream media and government really should address as a matter of relationship. When I saw those correlations, I was reminded of the thalidomide, where we had the increase of thalidomide and birth defects. And an example where correlation. Thank you for watching.
Il contiendrait l'ouverture et de l'huile de Canada que vos cheveux adoreront et aucun ingrédient qui viendra pas. Pour les cheveux nourris en profondeur, d'eau épicée, de nouveau intéressant.
Now, today we wanted to talk about viral origins, talking about the SARS-CoV.
Canadian companies are sounding alarms that the government is looking at obsessed with keeping the UN as its citizens. Who cares how many Canadian jobs circle there? From electric vehicles to plastics and beyond, people will keep doubling down on unrealistic policies that punish industry instead of supporting private
practical solutions. It caters only to activists about the real needs of hardworking Canadians. Gilbo and his partner in eco-crime Trudeau care more about pleasing their UN masters than protecting Canadian jobs. Their heavy-handed environmental rules are like a 1-2 punch to the gut, threatening our economy while doing nothing for the planet. Welcome back to Street Politics Canada. Before we jump into today's video, take a second to sign up for our exclusive uncensored newsletter. The mainstream media will report Trudeau's scandals and corruption, but our newsletter delivers the raw truth to your inbox daily. We'll leave you the link in the description box. Now let's dive into today's crazy developments. After environment extremist minister Stephen Guilbeault's bid to ban single-use plastics failed, he's back with another crazy idea to ramp up government grip on businesses and slap a fat bill to the economy, all in the name of fighting plastic pollution. Guilbeault laid folly the new national plastic registry that will force companies across Canada to report in detail on every bit of plastic they produce or import. This top-down big government mess will drive businesses and people without being swapped to save. Which is this year's theme, Planet is Plastic, calling on us for an ambitious change in recycling. Canada's working hard to walk the walk for plastic reduction. We helped to launch the Ocean Plastic Partner in Canada's 2018 December pregnancy. We introduced a domestic ban on harmful single-use plastics. We're implementing a comprehensive plan to reduce plastic waste and pollution. Today, I'm excited to announce a new federal plastic registry to increase transparency and help take producers responsible. The registry will require plastic producers to take more responsibility for the plastic they put into the market. Every year, from now on, they must declare the quantity and types of plastic they supply, how these plastics move through the economy, and how they are managed at the end of their life. The Trudeau Liberals claim that plastic registry will increase transparency and help the government track plastic waste. But in reality, it is just another burdensome regulation that will cost the industry millions of dollars to comply with. Businesses will have to count every plastic bottle, bag, straw, cup, and other items they make or bring into Canada, document how these plastics move through the economy, and file reports annually to the federal government. This is paperwork state, pulling resources away from actual production and innovation. And for what environmental benefit? The registry will not directly reduce plastic waste at all. It is merely a tracking system. The assumption seems to be that embarrassing companies over how much plastic they use will somehow shame them into changes. But more likely, businesses will simply pass on the compliance cost to consumers with higher prices or exit the Canadian market altogether. Minister Guilbeault asserts the plastic registry will compel companies to take responsibility for pollution. This shows the register's true purpose, not as an informational tool, but as a blunt weapon for severe change through government mandates. Industry groups in Canada have been sounding the alarm bells about this ordeal. They're saying that these registries need to have some sort of standard metrics in turn, but guess what? Those don't even exist yet for plastics. So we're talking a bunch of years just to get the standards sorted out, which means more waiting around and more cash flushed down the drain. Plus, there's the whole issue of spilling the beans on trade secrets with competition. But you know what? The Trudeau crew is not listening. They're not even bothering to check how much this will mess with the economy first. It's like they're wearing blinders and ignoring all the evidence and rights for business. And this isn't the first rodeo either. It seems like Guilbeault and Trudeau are on a mission to stick it to certain industries such as reactive packaging. Guilbeault continues to double down on unrealistic policies that punish industries instead of supporting practical solutions. His comments at the recent UN Plastic Summit provide more evidence of this misguided approach. Regarding a proposed international plastics treaty, Guilbeault asserts there is almost a consensus that a treaty must address all stages of plastic production and use. And there is broad agreement, I would say it's almost a consensus amongst all the countries that are here, that this international agreement to pay back plastic pollution by 2030, if we're trying to agree on by the end of the year, would have to look at various stages of plastic production and their impact on the environment and find solutions for each of those steps of the plastic production chain. But industry groups have warned against overly prescriptive global rules. Each region and sector requires flexibility to find the most efficient solutions. A binding treaty dictating rigid phase-outs of broad categories of plastics that Guilbeault desires will backfire. It will advantage countries with lax regulation of the responsible North American industries. Jobs and economic activity will simply move overseas to major plastic producers like China. Guilbeault's purpose reality is reasonable enough to be done about plastic. Required to jab and molds in many industry groups who want reasonable policies, not top-down government bans. The same dynamic of denying reality and pushing ahead is the place of investing in environment, even if it's not great for the economy, applies to electric vehicles. Gilbo denies seeing declining EV demand in Canada. He insists adoption is still rapid and targets would be met. But this wishful thinking contradicts automakers themselves warning of slowing sales. Gilbo essentially argues government regulations will force companies to supply EVs, which will then stimulate consumer demand. He has an unfounded faith in central planning and coercion for market realities. Well, two things I'd like to say. I heard one of your speakers say that we were more ambitious than the U.S. on that. That's not exactly true. In the first few years of the implementation of our regulations, we are actually catching up to more ambitious U.S. regulations. By 2035, we should be roughly on par with where the Americans want to be with their own regulations on electric vehicles. And what we're seeing is not a decline in the sales of electric vehicles, but a decline in the speed of adoption of electric vehicles. We've seen globally, and that's really been the case in Canada, a very, very rapid adoption of electric vehicles. A few years ago, about 2.5 years ago, it was about 3% of sales in Canada. It's now more than 10% of sales overall nationally. 20% of vehicles sold in Quebec is an electric vehicle. 1 in 4 in British Columbia. So we are still seeing rapid adoption of electric vehicles because as the price of oil goes up and the price of gasoline, like we've seen recently in Ontario and Quebec, more and more people want to liberate themselves from that dependency on oil companies and gasoline. The price of electricity is much more stable, much cheaper than gasoline. And our assessment and the assessment of agencies like the International Energy Agency is that as time goes by, more and more people will be going towards electric vehicle. The question is, how fast will they move towards these? But companies understand that customers and capabilities better than politicians. They are delaying EV investments because infrastructure is lacking, so buyers still prefer cheaper gasoline. Gilbo remains unwilling to adjust targets based on real-world conditions. He claims more models and falling prices will impact EV sales and regulation. But this puts the cart before the horse. We can't force consumer behavior as government mandate. We need improvement in public charging infrastructure, battery technology, and other innovations to make EVs widely approved first. Only then will make the bans be effective without implementation. The minister talks a big game about practical, but when push comes to shove, he's got a flexible break. He's quick to brush off any evidence of feedback. This whole my way.
If you're fucking watching, why?
All their focus on even their masters in the U.S. acting like a bunch of puppets.
They're waiting for a boom to get it pop up.
Gilbo himself admitted that wiping out plastic pollution is pretty much mission impossible. Yet here they are, wasting a ton of time and resources trying to negotiate some grand international deals. Let's recall that Canada's domestic plastic ban is already created unworkable. A federal court ruled the government overrules all plastics toxic, and that broad categorization is scientifically founded. The judge recognize that plastic has many different chemical makeups and uses, and our country wants to ban them but the minister remains stubbornly committed to this flawed and uniform solution. Gilbo said that we are pretty much be done to curb plastics, except the Conservative Party of Canada. The industry is on board, scientists are on board, the vast majority of governments are on board. Frankly, it's like the Conservative Party of Canada who said that if they were in power, they would cancel this UN meeting to fight plastic pollution. Is that the Conservative Party of Canada? Pretty much everyone is on board with the fact that we need to do this, and the time to do it is now. This claim is false. This is one of the plastic related to cooperation and market organization, not coercive regulation. The same dynamic is found with plastic related. Industry will result in anti-environment for resisting an honest, ineffective, and costly new tracking scheme. Unwanted evidence will be ignored in favor of virtue signals politics. Gilbo will be some kind of down-to-earth environmental dude who is mainstream anti-business and anti-market. The planned plastic registry is just another one of the policies that we show carried the environment, but end up smacking industry in the face. True businesses like Arizona won't project on an already struggling economy, especially after the disaster of President Woodward just laid out. Not only help the economy of Canadians to manage crisis. Instead of giving businesses a leg up and getting the economy back on track, Trudeau and his people are busy pandering to the business for the legislative reform. And you know what? It's going to drive even more companies and jobs out of Canada, all while doing next to nothing to clean up the environment. And his pal Joe Burrow obviously will focus on choosing the way to do those jobs. And their national plastic registry scheme just proved it. Instead of letting companies innovate, they want to drown them in paper, scratching every bit of plastic. All to chase their dream of getting rid of plastic and making the activists happy. But hear about the breakthroughs Canadian researchers are making. Trudeau doesn't seem to care. He'd rather bow down to the UN and slap on more rules for businesses. Who cares about the good manufacturer's jobs that was lost? Not Steel Boat and his infrastructure. Fine with production moving to China. Sure, the environment suffers, but at least Canada is still noble. Trudeau and Bilbo need to stop trampling on our economic freedom. Canadian workers and businesses will be left holding the badge of a plastic crackdown. Instead of working with businesses whose liberal politics see them as a bad guy, they're answering only to international business, not Australian folks. Canadians deserve leaders who look out for us and want to wreck jobs with high in the sky. Trudeau and Bilbo are selling Canada out of one crazy policy at a time. We need to stop this plastic registry before we lose countless jobs. The green policy only benefits power-hungry politicians and global elite. We need to vote them out. That's all for now. How many more Canadian jobs does Trudeau and Bilbo try to satisfy UN's radical green agenda? What do you want Trudeau to stop saying radical ideas is a powerful benefit Canadians? Let us know what you think in the comments below. And if you haven't please subscribe and leave a like to this video, your support helps us continue our work. You can also follow us on Twitter and post stuff we can't post on YouTube. You can find the link in the description. Thanks again for your support. See you next time.
Oh yeah, and a gun. Put in there for baseball. This is supposed to be fun. It'll be fun, they said. Again, sometimes they're autistic, they said.
for lawyers to evict someone, which can take months. So it's really something that needs to be addressed. And right now, it's
Oh, we're still talking about that stuff.
the branches are peering over the line. You don't want those branches cut because they're
And
on
that fucking old dude, James Story,
go to court. The burden is on you to have those branches cut.
cute for a little bit, but then I'm like, okay,
Why should I be the one?
take a
That person's driving around. Why do I have to go to court? Why do I have to go through all the time and the money to
You
get
guys today they were saying that if you and your neighbor, if you have your branch going over to your neighbor's side of their yard, you should immediately go to court. What? What? Oh, it's retarded.
Elevate your home and transform your space with CN.
And that's in that. This is a fun, like, minute and 40 seconds. Repeat stuff. Oh, Jesus. Ooh, human damage to second side. I mean, like, obviously it's not good, but. Oh, cool. I think it's week 120. Speak of it. Oh, I know. Boy, there's this little fucking.
As a girl, when I turn off the lights, give me lots of pink, and you're insane. You're trying to taste the worst thing of anything. Give me lots of people who took advantage of me and called about everybody about the second evening. I don't see the man, I'm pissed! But I think you knew that already. You said that you can be trusted, but you fell back on that bullshit already. You think I'm crazy, right? Cause nobody knows what you're really like, and if I told the truth, I'd be told that I'm lying and trying to ruin your life, but you fucking knew that already. You ain't special. You're just a shadow that lurks in the dark, waiting for prey to tear them apart while you sit and laugh at the acts you commit and the people you fool because they thought you were different. You can beat me, I'm just one on the list full of people you wronged. Bitch, I'm building an art. You think it's funny because you've never been through the trauma. I hate the fact that I need to say this, but keep all that energy if it should happen to your baby brother or mama. I tell you this is a warning because what's coming next is they numb all the pain with Big Pharma. And I ain't the one to catch judgment, but that's just a good way to get the karma. So please continue to laugh, but that is some shit you cannot take back. Maybe so aggressive you should have expected. What would it happen after the fact? Run that shit back. All your apologies don't need cracks. It's ain't even sorry you scared you got caught. Let me show you what it's like when you're flashing back. Maybe it was me. Maybe I shouldn't have gone to that night. Ugly. Maybe I'm blaming myself. Maybe I thought I could trust you because you always said that you love me. Maybe you think I'm naive. Maybe in reality you have no power. That's why you need me on my knees. Yo, it's all a trick. I hate myself when I should hate you. It kinda makes me so sick. You were the problem. I'm in the depths of my own little hell until everyone thinks I'm a bitch. You would be open now. I'll just expose me. We'll try to know that you can't. And if I'm being really, I'll say that they care, but I know you do not give a shit. So why the abuse? How could you do that? You leave a negative impact, not knowing what you do. Always comes back. You got a smile on your face, but your heart is pitch black. And I'm letting everyone in your life know that it's a fucking trap. I need help, but you can't help with that. I kept my head down, kept my mouth shut, and not defend you, but I don't. So that fuck, cause you're real good at that. The source of my pain and panic attacks. You're insane. dangerous and even stronger than before. You forgot that you took my whole life, so now you own yours. You forgot about that night, well, I have it burned inside my brain. I'm stuck inside an asylum, but tonight I will escape. You forgot to carry shame. You forgot that I'm insane. You forgot that Karma's coming and she has my fucking name. I'm feeling violent. Go figure. I'm now in the mood to watch you be disfigured. You can't keep your hands away, so I think I'll cut off your fingers. Then I'll chop them up real nice and toss them in my blender. Welcome to my kitchen. You're fucking sick. Here's a spoonful of your medicine, you fucking freak. I don't even want to know what kind of person does that shit. You know it's just a power trip. I'm stripping you of all of it. I'm making you my bitch. Let me explain, it's more than just a couple mistakes. It's darker than it actually looks. This makeup hype, all my pain. I focus you, it's not the same. Everything you say is fake. That's why I'm holding up a mirror so you can stare that monster in the fucking face. This is what you get. You think you're immune to repercussions? What do you honestly expect? You not angry, have no feelings, or maybe you don't know you cut too deep and now I'm bleeding. Maybe you think that I'm this close to just retreating, or maybe, just maybe, you'll never fucking care. The shred of remorse that's even there is justified by what you tell yourself at night. I'm coming for your throat because Karma didn't invite, but just remember I gave you a chance to make all of this right. You asked for all this shit, it's not my fault. Stop saying I need to move on when you don't know what it's like. Stop saying it can't be that bad when you weren't there that night. Stop making excuses for the rapists and the creeps. Stop acting like we're the problem because we chose not to be weak.
This is so crazy. Super crazy. Really good. I hate female rappers. It was actually very good. Okay, that's all.
Feels like a dream, feels like that.
I don't understand why they have to keep fucking sending me shit or like advertising this shit. It's like, hey, you're just buying stuff with your credit card. You can tell them wrong fucking for sure.
Interesting to see new alliances like this one emerging. Chris Pavlovsky from Rumble, Elon Musk from X, formerly known as Twitter, in every single place ever mentioned, on the subject of increasing censorship in Australia. Rumble has received censorship demands from Australia, New Zealand and other countries that trigger everyone's human rights. We are noticing a dramatic increase in global censorship, unlike anything we've seen before. Elon Musk, of course, agrees. Elon Musk is being attacked, condemned, decried across. Let's have a look at some front pages. Look at that. X marks the loser. One of the things I do like about Australia is the informality of its institutions, its media. Like, look at that. Look at the font of that headline, the West Australian. Like, they see themselves as a kind of New York Times or a Washington Post or a London Times. We're serious. This is the news. This is all the news. Let's fit the print. Mate, Elon Musk, we're going to X him out. We're going to X him right out, you bastard. Look at him. He's a loser. He's forced to eat his words. Now, what's amazing is how to an Australian population, the legacy media, as it's always done, is selling them problems that pejoratively affect them as solutions. This Elon Musk advocating for free speech, someone should shut him down. It's your free speech that he's advocating for. Now, of course, there was the horrific attack of Bishop Mari recently that took place in Sydney, but I think you're an adult, right? Can we decide for ourselves whether we're too sensitive to watch the brutal reality of a religious leader being subject to a knife attack, only subsequently to advise us that forgiveness is the solution? Where else do you hear such wisdom conveyed? Do you hear it in the legacy media? Do you hear it in international diplomacy? Oughtn't we be granted examples such as this? Here is the legacy media condemning with a considerable force, and as is always the case in Australian legacy media, a sort of peculiar dance track. Elon Musk, Rumble, and all freedom-loving, free speech-supporting platforms. Because remember, your free speech, your ability to think and communicate is a problem for the globalists. So whether it's Ireland, Australia, Canada, Brazil, It's happening everywhere. Let's have a look at this piece of legacy media propaganda.
I think the public's had a gutful of these narcissistic billionaires. They see themselves above the law, and the Australian law here should apply equally in the real world as it does online. Both sides of politics united against a common enemy, Elon Musk.
Both sides united. But we're always told that, aren't we? Do you notice that whenever it's censorship and war, that both sides are united? Both sides were united today to pass C-702, meaning you'll be surveilled to within an inch of your life. Both sides of the House were united today and voted that $95 billion of your taxes will go on to perpetuate unwinnable wars. Both sides of the House were united today. This is Australia, actually. This one. Both sides of the House were united today against a bastard Elon Musk, who believes that you should be able to decide for yourself whether you're offended by something. You don't want to decide for yourself, do you? Wouldn't you like to pay a bunch of taxes and we'll decide for you what you're too stupid to understand?
This is exactly as I'd expect from X, a disregard for the information that they pump into our communities. The social media platform, formerly known as Twitter, clapping back at demands from Australia's online watchdog, which instructed X to pull down violent and distressing videos and imagery of this week's Sydney church stabbing. X has now received a demand from the E-Safety Commissioner that X globally withhold these posts or face a daily fine of $785,000. The E-Safety Commissioner does not have the authority to dictate what content X's users can see globally.
This is absolutely what I would expect Elon Musk to do. He doesn't shy away from challenging governments or people he doesn't agree with.
X will remove the content for now, but plans to challenge the order in court, saying it threatens free speech. Musk himself labelling the E-Safety Commissioner the Australian Censorship Commissar. The coalition now prepared to back Labor's proposed misinformation laws to toughen social media compliance. But as the tech giants rail against Australia's attempts to protect users, do we stand a chance in this David versus Goliath battle?
We've got to protect the users. It's David versus Goliath. Are they saying that Elon Musk is Goliath and the censorship industrial complex is David, the plucky boy king, up against an ogre? Is that what they're literally saying? Now, Elon Musk may not be perfect. I'm sure being a billionaire comes with a whole set of priorities, challenges, and biases. But the principle of free speech is an important one. And people that stand up for free speech, in particular people with power and platforms like Elon Musk, like Chris Pavlovsky, have to be applauded. You know, a lot of people went down. Remember how fast YouTube demonetized me at the behest of the centralized government forces that demanded it that day. Remember? Well, Chris Pavlovsky and Rumble, they stood firm. And here, Elon Musk on this issue is an ally. It is important for us to recognize that if we are not going to find ourselves corralled into technological feudal serfdom where we have no power, no ability to communicate, we have to recognize what's happening around these issues. Here is the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, rather casually and colloquially condemning Elon Musk. Now, what I will say I enjoy about this is Australians, like people from where I'm from, Essex, to the east of London, use the word bloke. And I do like seeing the leader of a country using that term, even if he plainly is supporting a globalist agenda that legitimizes censorship and the foreclosure of free speech in order to operate at the service and behest of shadowy global organizations that I don't fully understand. Let me know if you guys understand what's going on. Where is the power really? Where is it? Let's work it out together.
Well, this is a bloke that has chosen ego and showing violence over common sense. I think that Australians will shake their head when they think that this billionaire is prepared to go to court fighting for the right to sow division and to show violent videos which are very distressing. He is in social media, but he has a social responsibility.
Like that one. Social media, social responsibility. You use the word social twice there. This bloke, that's amazing. I know Australians use that word, bloke, mate. Indeed, it's one of the great legacies of the British working class. That's fine. It's George's day. But for an American, that's like if Joe Biden was saying, motherfucker. Oh, this motherfucker. Stop sowing division, motherfucker.
In order to have that social license, What does it mean here is that the E-Safety Commissioner has made very sensible suggestions. Other social media companies have complied without complaint. But this bloke thinks he's above the Australian law, that he's above common decency.
Well, common decency, I don't think Elon Musk has ever claimed that. But for all of his extraordinary neurological diversity, I don't think Elon Musk has ever said common decency. To hell with it.
And I tell you what, I say to Elon Musk that he is so out of touch with what the Australian public want. This has been a distressing time.
What the Australian public want is to be censored. What the Australian public want, what all of the people want of the world, is less freedom, less free speech, more bureaucratic bodies deciding what we can believe in and what we can see and how to raise our children and how to live our lives and what wars to fund and how to organise and when to stay in our house for 6 months or maybe even several years and how to deploy climate change measures to ensure that no globalist corporations are ever penalised, but ordinary individuals everywhere are locked in their homes. That's what we want in Australia, is it? Let me know, because the Sydney police are telling you that they will literally be the source of truth. And if you're not terrified by that declaration, then, well, I'm going to be terrified by explaining it to you. Offering a fresh perspective on the fallout of a recent Sydney stabbing attack and made a speedy recovery to Bishop Murray, and of course the other victims of the various other mad attacks have expressed their anger and mistrust towards the police, who have insisted they alone should be the arbiter of truth for this incident. These sentiments stem from a press briefing given by New South Wales Police Commissioner Karen Webb last Thursday. Webb, who was sharing information about a 16-year-old male being accused of terrorism following the stabbing of Bishop Mari Emmanuel of Christ Good Shepherd Church, asserted that the police will be the utterly reliable source of updates. She warned against misinformation, but decided not to elaborate on what she was alluding to. That's very rare, isn't it, for people to just use terms like misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, and then not describe what they mean, almost as if they want to keep their options open so that they can then determine what information to censor based on their own agenda. Astonishing. I also want to stress there is misinformation being communicated across social media, and people should not share that information. Don't share it! You're all idiots! None of you can decide anything for yourselves! The source of information should be the police. Of course! No one's ever heard of the police being corrupt or corrupted, and law enforcement authorities. And if people have concerns, they should check our websites. And if you're really scared, just sit down in your house, do not move a muscle, put your hands on your thighs, and stare at the wall. Eventually, you will die. And then you will maybe know freedom. If we have current credible information about any risk or threat to the community, we will let them know. That's the relationship I want with the organisations that I fund. We will share that with the community, but please be assured the police will be the source of truth and not social media, which, of course, social media, when the FBI and the CIA have infiltrated it, means it's a proxy of the state. And you better believe there have been laws being passed right now all across the law to ensure that that's exactly how social media is deployed. But social media is also where you speak. They are trying to protect you from you when they are the biggest threat. This attempt by the Australian police to monopolise control over the narrative of the incident has raised concerns among the online community. Hello, we're the online community about censorship, especially as the government has been pressuring online platforms to censor in recent days. You better believe it, baby. The government has gone so far as telling people to report their fellow citizens' speech to the country's chief censor. Now, you know the C-702 just passed in the United States of America, and they amplified that power. You know what's going on in Brazil. You know what's already happened in Canada and the UK, and what's being proposed in Ireland. All across the world, censorship is on the rise, and Australia is about to fall. That is why it's so important that you join us here on Rumble. That is why it's so important that you remain informed, that you remain disobedient, that you remain willing to form alliances with other people from the periphery, that you are not malleable, that you've not been lifed off, that you've not been neutralized, and you've not been controlled. You must remain awake. You must look for new alliances. Thank God that you have joined us here. Thank God that you are present today. Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flourish, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video if you want to, or become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free.
Ew. Mm. It was so funny. My ears are bleeding. My ears are bleeding. I don't hurt so much. What? No.
What the science is showing us is the universe appears to be alive, it appears to be conscious. Near-death experiences are some of the strongest evidence.
What kind of images you were seeing? You ask for Nazis and you're getting the racially diverse Nazis, you know, and it's just so ludicrous, right? It's so ludicrous. Getting into George Orwell 1984 kind of territory. We are living in a completely unprecedented era historically. Because that's already here, but yeah. These will have why don't we kind of debate or with all its biases, with all the inaccuracies, with all the issues. So people are really concerned, for instance, when you would put into an image generator something like leader or doctor, and then you get this white men. Obviously they did not want to get the bad press for being, you know, upholding racist stereotypes or, male dominant stereotypes, and they kind of tinkered and went way too far the other way. So you were seeing. So what was it? What kind of images you were seeing? When you asked for Nazis and you're getting the racially diverse Nazis, you know, and it's just so ludicrous, right? It's so ludicrous.
So people were typing in, show me photos of Nazis, historically accurate photos of Nazis, and it was sort of black and Asian, looking, maybe Jewish looking Nazis.
Yeah, that is just how ludicrous and ironic the situation gets, right? You try to, and there's a very philosophical question at the heart of this, which has always been about, when you think about bias or building these models, which are going to be the foundation of machine intelligence, which we're all going to tap into. Do you get the data in a way that's accurate of the world, blemishes of it, or do you try and correct so it builds an idealized version of the world, how you think it should look, right? So this is where you start getting into George Orwell, 1984 kind of territory, because it's not only what the machines
it as well, right? Because once you start tinkering with the data set and putting guardrails around what you can or can't do, then it might make certain omissions as well. Like you see in this case, the understanding of what a historically accurate Nazi looks like has been an instruction, a guardrail on top saying we want, racially diverse characters to come out when you generate this prompt, and you just get this absurdity.
It's mad. I always go by, and I've mentioned before, but Bertrand Russell, I love what he said, which was, I had to paraphrase it, I can't remember it. Look at it, don't be distracted by wishful truth of the world. Rather, look at the facts. Not what would be good if it were true or anything like that. And as you say, 1981 Orwellian and these kinds of things. Surely these programs have learned from history that, yes, it's a lovely idea to try and make things slightly different, as if, an ideal. But that never works. Reality, it just wants to support hostility and go division.
I think the whole thing around AI, the main thing is that it's going to be so politically controversial for things exactly like this, right? Because they can't win whatever way. If you have a generator which generates only images of white men, when you put in leader or doctor, they're doomed. They try and fix it the other way, they're doomed. So to me, it's just the beginning of a much larger totemic political debate in which AI is going to be very divisive in society.
It is a difficult one because if you've got it, yeah, you're right, absolutely right. And I suppose most doctors in the US, I would imagine, are male and white. Probably not that many more male, but mostly male and white. But if I'm a black woman and I want to be a doctor, it is frustrating that every time I put that into ChatGPT or whatever it might be, what's the doctor look like, and it's not anything like me. At the same time, I sort of wish we could get away from identity politics at all and not really care. But is it possible that when you're training an AI system like this, if it's even right to say training it, or whatever, that to just say, look, go along with what the stats in a particular country are and make it that likely that you. So if there are 5% of black, say, then every 5 times somebody around the world asks, then they show up a black doctor.
Sure, because all the system does is generate insights or make decisions or do predictions based on its training data. So based on the weights and the training data and how you curated the data set, the outcome is going to be representative of what you put in. So there's a really famous saying in AI research known as GIBO, garbage in, garbage out, right? So what is most important is cultivating that data set, how you build that data set, and that output is going to be representative. So totally. And I don't want to be the person building the systems who has to be tinkering with the weights to make sure that the outcome is going to be something that is, going to be something that everyone is happy with, because people are not going to be happy whatever way it goes.
I don't want to sound overconfident, but I think I did just solve it though, because surely that's just the way, isn't it? The algorithms or the ChatGPT or whatever can the ChatGPT, the generative AIs, right, can just do it that way. What if they keep up to date with the demographics? I know that's all a bit much,
It's not much at all.
Okay, they can just keep up to date with that, and then at that amount, that's how often they show somebody of a different race. I've solved humanity. I do feel like they should do that. They also had, when asked for the US into the 1800s, sort of pushed back saying, here's a diverse group, so sort of insisting on that. So it feels like it's not just colour, they really are taking on a philosophy, which I think Google's been a bit known for, hasn't it? There have been a few people who have been fired or have left Google because they haven't held the right views, and Google is a monopoly. We're in this strange situation where politically I think there's a little bit of a rights capture, maybe not America right now, but in the UK for years and years, and then culturally it seems companies like Google or TV's very left captured. Have you noticed that?
So the culture is on the rise, and
the culture seems left to me. Like BBC, I suppose it's Fox News and things like that as well.
In the UK.
Yeah.
I think the UK is a pretty left-leaning country generally. And I think that's represented in political parties, both Conservatives and Labour. I mean, even if you look at Conservatives' policies and their whole spend policies. I mean, it's very left-leaning, right? The kind of size of the social welfare state, they're not really conservatives in the sense that you think about conservatism or, liberal socialism. So I think the UK in a whole is pretty left-leaning country.
Okay. And then the generative AI is often reflecting that. If you made a generative AI in the 1800s,
no, because I don't think when you think about models like Gemini or any other foundational models, right? It isn't UK specific. It isn't reflecting the UK because the data sets to create something like a Gemini is far bigger than just only being UK specific, right? Because the data sets are so vast. That's the reason why these AI systems are able to do these seemingly incredible things all of a sudden. The advances have been so fast over the past few years because of their ability to compute through masses and masses of data. That's why I'm saying that the data sets can be representative of real human biases. So obviously what's happened in this instance is in order to correct for those biases, they've gone way too far the other way.
And am I right that they've sort of taken it down there?
Even Sundar Pichai has come out and been like, we made a mistake. And it was just, you can see how on its capabilities, by the way, Gemini as a set of large language models and multimodal models is truly astonishing. Beating many benchmarks, defeating GPT-4, which is OpenAI's large language model. So like a cutting edge large language model. And I'm absolutely sure if you think about the technology, the AI platform that's built, these capabilities are here to stay. But the rollout, has been a little bit a huge PR disaster. But while we're kind of debating, the horrible PR disaster of that rollout getting embroiled in the culture wars, there's something much bigger going on. And that is that if you think about the tech stack, the AI tech stack, which is now integrated, like they say, into the very backbone of life, there are a few companies and a few individuals who are capturing core value of that stack because they're owning it and they're deploying it. And those happen to be the US tech giants, some of the frontier AI companies who are working with the US tech giants. And I think what we tend to miss sometimes is that group is very, very small. They're going to become even more powerful.
That's interesting, because I think maybe we all initially had this image in our minds years ago. AI is coming along. AI is going to be like one thing called AI, and it's like the same around the world. It's actually turning out to be all these different companies are releasing their own one, and it's so confusing for people like me who's just going to find what is an AI. There's all these different ones, and it means that each company, these big companies, are essentially taking over the world. Really, they have more power than presidents. Once the AIs become something we use all the time, they're shaping through their own policies, just like the world that we think and we act on.
Yeah, this is a very interesting trend for our times. I happen to think that artificial intelligence presents the most interesting story for humanity in our lifetime and in the century to come and the decades to come. And one key facet of that is how power is changing and evolving. And when you're in an era of exponential tech-like change like we are now, it's no wonder that the kind of traditional structure of society, the traditional structures of power, the way we organize ourselves for the past few hundred years are finding their limits. And certainly with our democratically elected governments, it doesn't seem that they have a grasp on it, that they have real power here. And you are seeing this emergence of extremely powerful multinational companies who own, like I said, the core stack, right? Where we're getting the most money, the most value, we're all going to plug into. So as a consequence, they're going to become extremely wealthier, and extremely powerful. I would say that, the CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, who, by the way, is somebody who I really admire as a business leader and as a person, is more powerful than any elected leader in the world. But maybe he's also more adept. Maybe he's more responsible. I probably would trust him more than I would trust the Prime Minister of the UK.
Bloody hell. It's a thought though. And I suppose the more we get into some sort of cloud or virtual reality system as well, I'm imagining in 500 years, we're all living in some sort of virtual reality or whatever. Like, what would it mean then to be the president of the United States compared to being the president of the equivalent of Google in 500 years, which is like running the VR, running the world we live in. It's like, what's the United States, what's the UK, who even cares what these things are? We're all like in these little bubbles. It's really interesting to see nations become less powerful and companies and tech giants become bigger.
And there's a live debate around this, right? Because we know that the nation state, as it's been constituted for the past few hundred years, is meeting huge challenges, right? You have a tacit agreement as a citizen of a nation state that the nation state is going to deliver safety, prosperity, that they are the arbiter, or they hold the ultimate means of power through violence if necessary, through kind of an army. But already what we can see is that as the world is changing so dramatically with exponential technologies, that the leaders of our democratically elected countries are no longer, we don't trust them. We don't deem them to be competent. We don't deem them to be benevolent. We don't think that they have integrity. And that declining of trust, I think, is going to continue to be a huge issue. And there are those who say, burn it all down. This is great. You're so incompetent. It's time for a new age, a new way to structure society. We don't really know what that looks like, but this is going to be an age of disruption. And then there are those who would argue that, look, it's not ideal. Huge problems. We can't trust our leaders. They're not up to the challenges of our time, from environmental challenges to regulating exponential technology, but it's the best we have. And without this, then there's going to be absolute chaos, right? But whichever way it goes, I think disruption is going to be a huge theme for our lives going forward.
Is there like a world where in a few years you've got, I guess, different AIs that have different political persuasions? So, okay, Google are going to correct theirs, but it feels like that's a little bit more, let's say, the woke side of it. I know not everything's culture wars, but let's say that Elon Musk's Grok AI would be this anti-woke one. There's almost like two armies.
So I think the culture wars are going. I'm not that interested in the culture wars. They're going on. They, are really. They assume so much attention, and they're so divisive. And there's a whole debate going on. So that debate is going to go on regardless, and it's going to go on with the kind of overlay of AI as well. That's been going on for ages. Now that AI is here, the new capabilities are here. That will continue. But again, if you start looking beyond culture wars and starting to understand, really conceptualize what's happening with artificial intelligence, and you were spot on there, said we kind of don't even know what it means, right? We talk about one AI and is it going to be autonomous? But all it essentially is long before we get to any kind of notion of an AGI or like a super intelligence, you're going to have highly capable machine systems that have just been trained on lots and lots of data, that have lots of computing power behind them, which are able to do almost anything that is now deemed to be unique to human creativity or intelligence, right? We're only at the very beginning of that. So while all the debate is happening on the culture wars, what is actually taking place is a seismic change in how we structure our economies, in how we work, in our perception of what it means to be human. So there is something so profound, deeper unfolding, and I think a really good question to ask is, who is building these models? How do we understand these models? Because that's another really interesting thing about intelligence, because of the nature of the architecture behind these models and advances in deep learning, which is where we've seen a lot of the capabilities really go forward in the past 10 years. We don't truly understand how AI systems work because they're black box. They're actually modeled on our brains. So like neural networks and AI systems are modeled on neural networks in human brains. And just like we don't completely understand the human brain, we don't completely understand AI systems. So we might be, yes, so we can build them and we can kind of tinker with them. So we're like, we want, the outputs, which are more adherent to my ideological perspective, but we don't really know how to go from A to Z. So much more focus and attention needs to be placed on how do we actually think about AI explainability? How do we actually understand these systems? Because it's not that they're coming, they're here already. So to me, that's the much more interesting question.
I see. And then is there a point where, because we talk about the architecture, which is how we set it up, we're not entirely sure what we've done, I guess, or how we've made it work. Is there a point, would that be the singularity, or I don't know, where they go, well, screw this, like that was my training, but I'm actually better than this, I'm going to start doing my own thing each AI.
Yeah, the debates around the singularity, and when we're going to get to AGI, it's hugely interesting. So the singularity is the point where machine intelligence outstrips human intelligence, and kind of risks or the thoughts about existential threat basically come down to the view that AI will make decisions autonomous to humans, that they might decide, for instance, that the way they resolve climate change is and then an AI system could autonomously do that. That's a potential existential threat with the singularity. So how can we make sure in AI research you hear about alignment? So this is about building increasingly capable intelligence that is aligned with human values, right? And there are cutting edge kind of frontier AI companies. Ironically, OpenAI, of course, was one of those frontier companies that got its endowment in 2015 of $1 billion. Elon Musk was one of the primary investors to make sure that AGI would be aligned with human values. And now, of course, they're quite a commercial company. That's fascinating. But there are cutting-edge research units that are just focusing on that, making sure that AGI or superintelligence, when and if we attain it.
We're done with this nastiness. Oh, fuck that. Please talk to me about crypto.
They call themselves neo-Reaganites, but we're willing to answer to neoconservatives or hawks. Paul Wolfowitz was generally considered the brains of the outfit.
Paul Wolfowitz believed that it was a mistake to end the war as we did under the circumstances that we did. They underestimated the way in which Saddam was able to power and the means he would use to remain in power. That was the mistake.
One of the most controversial assertions made in the Israel lobby and foreign policy by John Mersheimer is that members of the lobby played a principal and necessary role in the plan to invade Iraq in 2003. Without them, they argue, the invasion would not have happened. As Stephen Walt wrote years after the book was published in Foreign Affairs, even some readers who were generally sympathetic to our overall position found that claim hard to accept. And some left-wing critics accused us of letting Bush and Cheney off the hook, or of ignoring the importance of other interests, especially oil. Rather than oil, the pair contend, it was a powerful group within the Israel lobby, the driving force of America's hawkish interventionism and proponents of spreading democracy by the barrel of the gun. Or here's a less graceful description from prominent neoconservative Michael Ledeen of the American Enterprise Institute. Every 10 years or so, the United States needs to pick up a small, crappy little country and throw it against the wall, just to show we mean business. Ledeen was at one time a consultant to the U.S. National Security Council.
So, everybody's dead. How about we start at the beginning?
Okay, here we go. Jess, Frida, this is my childhood buddy, Cody. I'm Vic, my left and right hand man. Perfect. Tom. Hi.
All right, who did this?
This is Frida, Sarah Frida.
Get down. Thank you.
The resident Wonder Boy, Heather, Camilla. Hey, what's up, man? I don't know who that is. We're going to my island for a few days. Do you guys want to come?
This is crazy. Did we just jet off to a billionaire's island with a bunch of strangers? No, he's not a stranger. He's Slater King.
Everybody say, making memories!
We're having a great time. We're drinking champagne, and we're eating amazing food. So do you think the human sacrifice is before or after this? The legendary parties of Slater King. Not what I thought it was going to be.
We still have fun. It's just a little different now.
What do you mean? Oh, please. Wait, for real?
You don't have to do anything that you don't want to do.
I'm having a great time here. But I also have this feeling that I'm like, nah.
Where's my knife? Who has my knife?
Oh, dude, your eye.
Oh, no, I know, right?
There's something weird going on here.
Everybody's smiling, laughing, like 1960s flight attendants. Like, I'm having a good time. I'm like, I'm having a great time.
keep your feeling. There's something wrong with this place.
Where's Jess?
Girls?
Jess. My friend, that was in the room next to mine. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! I feel like we're forgetting like a lot of stuff. Okay, but like, how? How is something making us forget?
Norman Finkelstein, a key critic of Israel today, as they carry out a genocide in Gaza Strip, was at the time of publishing openly at odds with Mersheimer and Waltz over this very issue.
That Steve Walt and I make in our book is that the Israel lobby, again, mainly the neoconservatives, were the principal driving force in the United States behind the war in Iraq. Now, we argue that the lobby by itself, with the neoconservatives by themselves, couldn't make the war happen. They definitely needed President Bush and Vice President Cheney to be on board. And that happened after September 11th.
I do not think the evidence supports that claim. The chief architects of the war were Mr. Rumsfeld and Mr. Cheney, and I doubt anyone would claim that Mr. Cheney or Mr. Rumsfeld have any allegiances other than to the U.S. government.
Not satisfied with merely debating Mersheimer, Finkelstein devoted a chapter in his Knowing Too Much to the Iraq question, where he gives a brief but helpful history of the neoconservatives. The founding fathers of neoconservatism, such as Irving Kristol, he has been called another neoconservative, rode the Marxist waves in the 1930s.
Irving Kristol, Norman Podhoretz, Midge Decter, the magazines around which they coalesced were basically partisan review and commentary.
When this wave crested after World War II, they joined in the liberal anti-communist witch hunt of the 1950s. The neoconservatives then rode the New Left wave in the early 1960s. When it crested in the mid-1960s, they again joined in the establishment backlash to it. As the spectrum of respectable opinion in the U.S. shifted steadily rightward, the Jewish neoconservatives galloped yet more swiftly, eventually crossing the Rubicon from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party. As Finkelstein writes, the collapse of the Soviet Union shifted the focus of the neoconservatives, and indeed U.S. defense policymakers generally, on the Middle East. However, he staunchly disagreed on a key argument put forth in the Israel lobby. The most sensational item on Mersheimer and Walt's charge sheet alleges that the disastrous decision of the Bush administration to invade Iraq in 2003 was orchestrated by the Israel lobby. Finkelstein argues that if the principal architects of the war, namely George Bush, Dick Cheney, and Donald Rumsfeld, were motivated by Israel, why, in the first and second-hand accounts of the pre-war behind-the-scenes debates of the Bush administration, Israel barely gets a passing mention? Finkelstein looked to their memoirs. In her memoir, No Higher Honor, Condoleezza Rice, who was National Security Advisor in the Bush administration, does not list or even allude to Israeli security as the or even a motive behind the attack. In his memoir, Known and Unknown, Donald Rumsfeld, who was Secretary of Defense in the Bush administration, also does not list or even allude to Israeli security as the or even a motive behind the attack. In his memoir, In My Time, Dick Cheney, who was Vice President in the Bush administration, also does not list or even allude to Israeli security as the or even a motive behind the attack. If the Israel lobby played such a critical role in the decision to attack Iraq, why was it able to so effectively cover its tracks? One could understand why Cheney et al. Might want to conceal that oil was the impetus behind the attack, but it is unclear what motive they would have to conceal the Israel lobby's role. It's a good question. If Israel played an important role in the decision to invade Iraq, one would think that this would be mentioned in the various memoirs of the perpetrators. In Mersheimer and Walt's book, they quote knowledgeable and well-respected individuals who had said openly that the war was linked with Israel's security, beginning with a Philip Zelikow. In September of 2002, Zelikow was a member of the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, known to insiders as FIAB. He would also serve as executive director of the 9/11 Commission and as counselor to Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. They've also written at least 2 books together. His words before an audience at the University of Virginia on September 10th, 2002, were first reported by Imad McKay of the Interpress Service in 2004. While speaking on a panel of foreign policy experts, Zelikow said the following statements. The unstated threat, and here I criticize the Bush administration a little, because the argument that they make over and over again is that this is about a threat to the United States. And then everybody says, show me an imminent threat from Iraq to America. Show me. Why would Iraq attack America or use nuclear weapons against us? So I'll tell you what I think the real threat is. It actually has been since 1990. It's the threat against Israel. And this is the threat that dare not speak its name because the Europeans don't care deeply about that threat. I will tell you frankly. And the American government doesn't want to lean too hard on it rhetorically because it's not a popular sell. Zelikow names a familiar foe. If the danger is a biological weapon handed to Hamas, then what's the American alternative then? Play out those scenarios. Don't look at the ties between Iraq and Al-Qaeda, but then ask yourself the question, gee, is Iraq tied to Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad and the people who carry out suicide bombings in Israel? Easy question to answer, and the evidence is abundant. Zelikow was right. In an October 2002 Human Rights Watch report on Palestinian suicide bombings during the Second Intifada, they note that
well, evidently the military-industrial complex. We were talking about the Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson spat regarding the efficacy and necessity for nuclear war. This is a topic we'll be returning to over the course of the week. We've got Colonel Douglas McGregor coming on the show later this week, as well as Dr. Niels, the writer of this book. So we've got some fantastic stuff coming up over the course of the week. In this show, we're also talking about the border crisis in your country and the corporations that lobby your government to essentially dilute the ability of ordinary Americans of all cultures, religions, and hues to negotiate for good wages. Is there a conspiracy at the border? It's a really fantastic piece. You'll love it. And of course, we're talking about the global escalation of censorship. TikTok is now just a signature, one shaky, quaky old man signature away from being banned in the United States. as the TikTok founders, of course, as you know by now, surely tacked onto the $95 billion war aid bill that's likely to be made pretty soon. So wherever you are now, if you're watching this on YouTube, you've got to click the link in the description eventually, because we'll just be here for 15 minutes. I want to say hello to all you Awakened Wonders, like Sunpatch Patreon. All of you guys, did you enjoy the conversation with Colonel Douglas McGregor? That man is interested in freedom. Russell doesn't look right. Says 28 grams. What do you think it is? The hair? What do you think it is? The shirt? Hello, Limbic Beauty. Hello, all of you. Hello, there's Circle Light coming to London early in May and would like to talk to me about Bible prophecy. We're also talking about the resurgence of Christianity and of course, can Poland's conversion to Catholicism, as well as touching on Bishop Murray Emanuel's forgiveness of the perpetuator of violence against the Confederate staff. And indeed, he believes that that footage should remain up on X. That's extraordinary. Whose moral universe are we living in now? If you want to become an Awakened Wonder, to get access to all of our content, to join us live for these interviews, to join us when we have our book club this month, we're talking about Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis, we welcome you. And for 1 month only, if you use the phrase, well, it's the code really, it's not the phrase, I surrender. You're not surrendering to some sort of dominator force. Surrendering to the might that's already within you, allowing it to flow through. You get 1 month free. We'll post that link in the description now, and we shall raise a glass, or at least a crow-farted mug, to the concept of freedom. Meanwhile, people are disappointed, it seems, on TripAdvisor, that when they went to Loch Ness, they didn't see a monster. I didn't see a monster, don't go. It's a waste of time. I thought the whole experience was horrendous. I wish I hadn't bothered. Just a tourist trap. I don't know why they would advertise the Loch Ness monster when it's all a lie. Extraordinary. Monsters are real. Baby monsters are all around us. We've been talking about the Trump case right away. In fact, we're going to talk about it immediately. Now, I asked you lot, is Trump being gagged because it's a criminal case and the law is the law, because the judiciary is being used to stymie a political opponent? There you go. The outcomes are pretty clear. Also, we use it as an opportunity to once again iterate that it's unlikely that impartiality is a possibility in a hysterical temperament like that prevails currently in your nation. Let's have a look at the Alexa Media's coverage of Trump being threatened with contempt of court.
Judge is now considering whether to hold Donald Trump in contempt of court.
Prosecutors at his criminal trial in New York say the former president violated orders to not talk about the case on social media. Fox's Caroline Elliott joins us live from the courthouse in New York with what happened in court today.
Prosecutors say that Trump violated this gag order with various social media posts, including attacks on key witnesses like Michael Cohen and Stormy Daniels. After the hearing today, Trump continued to post on Truth Social saying the judge should recuse himself in this case.
You have a gag order, which to me is totally unconstitutional. I'm not allowed to talk, but people are allowed to talk about me. So they can talk about me, they can say whatever they want, they can lie, but I'm not allowed to say anything. I just have to sit back and look at why conflicted judges ordering me to have a gag order. I don't think anybody's ever seen anything like this.
If we can, in our minds, hold what this case is about. And in fact, of course, it's commonly reported, or at least understood, that to a degree this case is a distraction. But how deep a distraction is it? How far away are we, the people of our various nations, we the people, to use a apt little phrase, from achieving the kind of freedom, achieving the kind of autonomy, achieving the ability to pursue happiness that we might believe we're entitled to? Now, from a spiritual perspective, of course, we'd have to ask, well, maybe we're not entitled to anything at all. What do you mean it's my life? It's not a life dedicated to service. It's not a life dedicated to meaning. But let's just remember that this is what this case is ostensibly about. So, filing of false business reports, portraying the money disbursed to Cohen, aforementioned, as payments for legal services, was a misdemeanor. The statute of limitations has long expired. DA Bragg, however, leveraged the misdemeanor into a felony by alleging that the false reports were an element of a conspiracy to violate federal law, even though no federal prosecutor has chosen to bring such a case. He charged each of the 34 false reports separately as a 4-year felony with a combined maximum 20 years in prison upon conviction. So that's the actual facts of the matter. Is there anyone who believes that this is not about we want to deal with Trump using whatever means we have available to us? And is there anyone who believes that this is going to end in justice? Do you ever read J. Krishnamurti? Says Old Scratch 34. Yeah, Krishnamurti. Truth is a pathless land. The Tao, the way, or as Galatians puts it, we must allow the self to die that Christ can be reborn in us. Yeah, I like Krishnamurti. A great deal. There are a few more facts on this. As for the question of hush money, it's well known that Democratic President Bill Clinton offered to pay $700,000 to Paula Jones to settle her lawsuit over her allegations of improper behavior. In that case, right-wing Republican lawyers induced Jones to refuse the money in order to engineer the verdict draft and then to Clinton's impeachment. In the current case, the Democratic district attorney is using equally underhanded methods. There's nothing progressive or democratic in such political cynicism, and that comes from a socialist news organisation, because ultimately they're interested in an entirely different model of reality, and I hope that that's what we're here for too. And it's going to be increasingly difficult to have these discussions because, believe me, the censorship industrial complex is real and it's on the rise. What's happening in Australia is extraordinary but not unprecedented. TikTok is on the precipice of being banned. Brazil are trying to boot X out. Rumble have already stopped streaming there, and indeed Rumble again remain at the vanguard and forefront of opposing this level of censorship. And you know already that the Trusted News Initiative, the organisation, an alliance of news organisations, in fact, from Australia, from the United Kingdom, from the United States, that includes tech giants like Google, have agreed that their real enemy is independent media. That means me and you, because independent media means independent minds, and it means free speech, our ability to communicate with one another, that we might discover that we have more in common than we have that divides us, particularly when it comes to this corrupted political class, this cycle of corruption, sending evidently aid money out into the ether that the Pentagon can very well track, that may not even make it to Ukraine or any other intended destination before once again becoming the donations that keeps the whole cycle moving. And if you want to understand that with a little more depth, then you'll join me for my conversation with Colonel Douglas McGregor that our Awaken Wonder community has already seen. Melania, I understand, is going to be selling some jewelry. Let's have a look at that.
And Melania Trump is taking heat from her former press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, who's blasting her for releasing a $245 Mother's Day necklace the week her husband's trial.
A good time in terms of marketing, just in case we think that this judicial effort is indeed determined and designed to bring down Trump rather than to recognise were funds reappropriated incorrectly and was it wrong to pay that hush money. You know, let's have a look at what's happening to Bobby Kennedy. It seems that the Democrats don't want him on the ballot, and they're using sort of loopholes really to restrict his ability to stand. So, like, once again, Joe Biden won't debate anybody in primaries. The Democrat Party can't keep Bobby Kennedy within it. You're not allowed to vote for Donald Trump. You're not allowed to vote for Cornel West. You're not allowed, in fact, to vote for anybody except Joe Biden, and you have to call it democracy while you're doing it. So Bobby Kennedy survived the first legal challenge to his ballot access. Hawaii State Democratic Party failed to meet its burden of proof to boot Kennedy's newly formed We the People Party from the ballot. In Hawaii, as in some other states, the signature threshold to get a new third party on the ballot is lower than for independent candidates. So they started a party, and turns out they're allowed to do that. But look how bureaucracy is deployed to shut down opposition. The judiciary is deployed to shut down opposition. And remember, I don't believe that any individual other than sacred, sublime spaces is going to change the world. I believe we require something a lot more significant. And this is a time where we have to address and embrace the significance of what we're facing, because we are potentially, on many fronts, on the precipice of Armageddon. Even while we're told that what's happening is that your taxpayer dollars are funding Ukraine's war, it increasingly seems likely that there is explicit military involvement from US troops in the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Nearly 100 special forces from 5 Western countries, including more than a dozen Americans, have been operating on the ground in Ukraine, according to a leaked document. The file revealed the presence of at least 97 service members on the Ukrainian soil with part of a cache of documents marked secret, top secret. Don't look at these documents. It's going to be problematic for us. Also, additionally, there are military advisors likely being sent to Ukraine. The US is considering increasing its small military presence in Ukraine by sending up to 60 additional military advisors. Politico reported on Saturday, the same day as the House approved $61 billion of spending on the proxy war. Did you see, in fact, the moment that Bill Keating gave Zelensky the good news about that money? Is it all 95 billion going to him? I think it's 61, isn't it? Let's have a look at that sort of moment. It's sort of really sort of odd. And just bear in mind that in this moment, we know already this is an unwinnable war. You cannot win a war against Russia. They are a nuclear superpower. Their military is much more powerful than was first assumed. There's no question that they've been provoking this conflict. There's no reason for the United Kingdom and for the United States to be involved unless there is a project to destabilize Russia in order to create a unipolar world where American establishment interests are represented, initially supported by taxpayer money, before ultimately becoming the globalist project that it's always been designed to be. But let's have a look at Bill Keating sort of giving Zelensky your tax dollars as if he's sort of giving him an anniversary card.
Hello, sir. Bill Keating from Massachusetts. And I have something that you're really going to like. Yeah. This is the official tally of the world. Yes, I see. For the supplemental aid. Yes. And look at that vote. 73%. Yeah. Thank you so much. That's a good vote. Good. Very good. Thank you very much.
It's sort of like that Bill Keating wanted to be thankful for belated for that, didn't he? He's like really had it, but you never give someone a gift or something. Maybe when you arrive at someone's house with some flowers and like they don't take it for too long, like oh hiya, and you don't know whether to take your shoes off. Oh, I'm not going to take my shoes off. Is it shoes off house? Like Bill Keating, like Zelensky though, who at this point, let's face it, is held up and supported by deep state special forces interests. Operating in a country that doesn't have elections, in a country that shut down its media. I'm not attacking Ukrainian people. What would be the point? Who is benefiting from this situation? Well, tell me, you guys, if it's true that there's been, like, that Zelensky's been acquiring properties. Can someone send me a link on that? It's pretty extraordinary. Anyway, Thomas Massey, he's not down with all of the literal flag waving in Congress. The Senate at the passing of these bills, but it seems that it's not something he's legitimately allowed to complain about. Let's have a look. Massey posted on Tuesday that he was called up by the House Sergeant at Arms, who allegedly threatened the representative with a $500 fine. Think of some of the lobbying money they spent, some of the donations, $500 fine. If he did not delete a post with a video from the House floor where Democratic congressmen waved Ukraine flags after a chamber vote passed this foreign aid package. Excuse me, that includes funding for the European nation. Let's have, excuse me, haven't been tweeted. I've got some terrible COVID. Instead of finding Democrats for waving flags, the House Sergeant at Arms just called and said, I'll be fined $500 if I don't delete this post. So, there you go. Coming up later in the show, excuse me, come a bit more, guys. Excuse me. Thank you. We've got some brilliant content. If you're watching us on YouTube, we're only going to be there for a couple of minutes. Then when we come back on Rumble, we're going to be talking about the TikTok ban bill. We're going to be talking about Elon Musk's travails in Australia. Also, we're going to be talking about Shapiro and Tucker. So we're going to leave you, if you're watching us on YouTube right now. You have to click the link in the description. So start the countdown. Thank you to join us. Sorry, I've got. I need some sort of. Is there an injection available for this? Anything that would at least stop transmission. But I need to know that it's been trialed effectively, and I want to know if there's any side effects before I take anything. I'll take it anyway. So listen, we're going to be talking about Tucker and Shapiro spat. We're going to be talking about the TikTok ban, and we're going to be talking about Elon and Australia and the censorship, the industrial complex, as well as Candace's Catholicism. Click the link in the description. See you in a...
Okay, I'll just have to have a neck. Dude, that's fuck. Why? Uh-oh.
Tu veux brûler du gras, est-ce que
Overstep your boundaries and not accept your boundaries. I've been working with folks for decades now, probably 45 years or more, to help folks get their family of origin out of them so that they can find and have a true self. So let's talk about ways that they invalidate your boundaries. First is number one, invalidation. And they will dismiss your feelings, your thoughts, your opinions, what you want. Even if you say, this is what I really want, it won't even be heard. It will just go right over their head. It will just go right past their ears. And in fact, those of you who grew up with narcissistic parents, you know when you talk sometimes, it's like talking to no one. They are not listening. And you might as well be talking to the wall. Because it's just going right over them. They don't care what you're saying. And that will help to invalidate your boundaries or what you want or what your choices are. Second of all, control. They want to be in control. And they do that by not considering your wishes and not considering your autonomy. What's an autonomous child? What's a child who's individuated? What's a child who's self-differentiated? They have no clue about that, nor do they want that. They want to continue to have excessive control over your decisions and your boundaries or lack thereof. Thirdly, manipulation. They want to manipulate you, of course. Narcissists are good at manipulation, and they will use guilt tripping, gaslighting, emotional blackmail to coerce you into complying with what they want and to reject your own boundaries. You have been programmed to reject your own boundaries. Those switches for having boundaries have been turned off when you were growing up with your family. If you want to learn how to turn them back on, if you want to learn how to have strong boundaries, I've got a program down below in the description called Road to Self. You won't regret it. Check out the testimonials. Do whatever you'd like to do, but you're going to watch it, and then you're going to watch it again. And you're going to learn more and probably some very important psychological truths that are hard to find these days. Take a look at that. And you will learn how you can begin to set internal and external boundaries. Because I have a whole module about internal and external boundaries. Internal boundaries, external boundaries. Number 4, a lack of respect for privacy. They will go snooping. They'll go through your personal belongings, reading your messages, eavesdropping on your conversation, disregarding your need for personal space and autonomy, and will even go private investigating out there to ask friends and other people who know about you to learn more about you and learn what's going on. They're not going to respect your privacy. They don't do that. They need as
they then may just go to raw emotional abuse where, outbursts, yelling, name calling, criticizing, demeaning, humiliating you. Because if I do that enough, then you'll be busy feeling hurt and upset about that. And you won't have the reserve to set boundaries. So we have to begin to work on internal boundaries where all that becomes nonsense to us. And there are ways that we can learn how to do that. Another sixth thing, enmeshment. And I talk about enmeshment all the time. And in narcissistic families, there's lots of enmeshment. I don't care whether you were close. I don't care whether you were distant. I don't care whether you talked all the time. I don't care whether you never talked. There's always enmeshment going on. And that enmeshment is the boundary between them and us gets blurred. So they just come right over emotionally and enmesh with us. We're two circles, and this is self-differentiation. I'm me, you're you, and we can connect. They do this, and they just overlap our emotional and mental systems, our thinking and feeling system. And, they'll be passive-aggressive so they can maintain control. They do all of those things while they're not accepting my individuality. They can accept your individuality because they have their emotional needs and desires to fulfill, not yours. And that enmeshment, they hope, will do that. Now, they're doing that on an unconscious level. I'm not saying they're thinking that all through. It's just the dynamics of the narcissistic personality disorder on an emotional system called a family. 7, neglect. In some cases, narcissistic parents neglect your emotional or physical needs, prioritizing their needs and their desires. And their well-being is important. Yours is not. You may feel hurt, but your hurt is not near as important as mine. You may feel upset, worried, frustrated, but it's not as much as my upsetness and frustration. And so there is neglect. So I'm going to neglect your thoughts, emotions. I'm just going to ignore those.
Chute de cheveux, pas besoin d'endurer ça. Depuis des semaines, je teste la gamme triphasique de relais flotteurs pour la perte de cheveux réactionnelle. La cure contre...
And then lastly, 8, conditional love, which we've talked about before. Narcissistic parents may only show affection or approval when you conform and fulfill their demands, etc. And so, your non-boundary setting is the condition they have to give you love or money or acceptance in some ways. It's usually superficial or temporary, but it will offer a conditional relationship. And so, if you want that from me, you're going to have no boundaries, because those will make me sad and cry. And I don't know how many times, people say, don't you know you did? Why did you hurt your mother? I didn't hurt my mother. I simply said I would rather not come and have dinner with you guys 3 times a week. I don't want to do that. Well, now your mother's hurt, and that's all your fault. And so your setting boundaries is making her miserable and sad. That is fake. That is gaslighting. That's not true. Mom may be playing the role of feeling hurt, but she has not truly been hurt by me. I'm simply wanting to be me, which does not imply wanting to hurt anyone else. So, what can we do? If you focus on inner boundaries and detachment, external boundaries you set will be stronger and long-lasting. And that's one of the tenets of the online program I mentioned earlier, Road to Self. That if you can work on internal boundaries, external boundaries are much easier to set. And whenever you hear internal boundaries, think emotional detachment. That's what internal boundaries are. If I have internal boundaries, and you call me stupid, or think I'm dumb, or ugly, or whatever you want, I have internal boundaries where it goes womp, womp, and then drops down. I don't care if you think I'm stupid or ugly or I'm not even sure why you're saying it, but I don't care. You know, it's not going to matter to me because I'm not sure how this is going to benefit me in any way to even accept it, absorb it. So I'm just going to observe it and hear you saying it and go, that's pretty crazy. I think you're being crazy. And don't take this seriously. Second of all, strategize ahead if you're going to set a boundary. First, you must accept and recognize that your family, your narcissistic family members will be overstepping and not respecting your boundaries. You must accept that. I didn't say you had to stay in a relationship with them. I didn't say you had to go no contact. I didn't say you had to do anything. But if you're going to have a relationship, you're going to have to accept this is the way they are. Now, what are you going to do? And so, to make our plan, accept that is the way they think and reason for their own benefit, their own immaturity. You don't think that way. Continue to remind yourself, I am not them and they are not me. I am not them and they are not me. For example, you know, if my mom, and she'd always be worried about my haircut. I don't even have any hair. I don't know why my hair was an obsession. Hair and weight. That's always an obsession. You could really use a haircut. I am not them. They are not me. I see you. That's how you think. And that's what you think. Amazing. Wonderful. Because I'm not them and they're not me. She's assuming I should make that me when she says that. It's not me. I don't need a haircut right now. Or I've tried 6 different times to try to get a haircut and can't get in. But guess whose business that is? Mine, not hers. Don't argue. Don't defend. Just stay with being a broken record. I understand you'd like me to come. I understand you feel hurt that I'm not coming. I understand that the family is all going to fall apart because I'm not coming on that day. I understand all that. And it is my preference that we will not be coming. Yeah, but you need it. It is my preference that we will not be coming. Or, no, we won't be coming. I understand everything you're saying, but it doesn't change my boundary. Sometimes we just need to employ the word no. Again, to say no strongly requires some inner boundaries and inner boundaries and detachment to do that. Because if we're afraid of losing this relationship with our parent, which oftentimes, whenever we fear, is already happening, well, they'll abandon me. They abandoned you 35 years ago. And you're worried about them abandoning you? They've not been there. Why are you worried about abandonment? And I'm not being flippant. I understand the significance of that struggle and that, which I also had myself. I know how this affected me. But then I began to realize how, in some ways, ridiculous it is. It's my good old neurotic self. And my super self of the family that I've trained to think that, been trained to think that way.
Oh, shit.
That we need to employ the word no mom, no dad, no sis, no brother, no friend. Betty, no, that's not what I wish to do.
Damn
Because
straight.
I choose. There's a great book by Manuel Smith. When I say no, I feel guilty. I think it's a great book.
Hey.
Check out the online program below.
Hey.
Please subscribe. Please like this video. And I like reading your comments. Do you know I read almost every comment that someone
Really?
puts on my videos? Almost. Sometimes it gets busy. I want to thank you for watching. Have a great day. And be wise.
Feels like a dream, feels like magic. Now I believe I can have.
Hmm?
Well, welcome to this talk, and always a pleasure to welcome back James Roguski from California. James, thank you so much for coming back.
Thanks for having me. A lot of news to report, so I appreciate the opportunity.
Now, I know you're one of the busiest people in the world at the moment, so we really appreciate what you're doing. Exposing misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, putting the links to James' Substack and everything that is there. Now, the first question, we're talking about this World Health Organization, the Pandemic Treaty and International Health Regulation. Now, you've been studying this for some time. Is it all a fairly open process that's being taken at a leisurely pace, or is the secrecy being pushed? Do you have all the documents you need, or do you have difficulty obtaining the documents that you need?
Well, the answer is obvious, the secrecy and the lack of openness. But I actually want to add a third thing, or rather a fourth thing, to the dis, and malinformation. There's also the idea of bold information. So, John, I'm going to maybe embarrass you a little bit. We didn't talk about this in advance. I want to sing your praises because amongst the many things that you should be praised for, one of the things that you've exhibited is the ability to work through cognitive dissonance and any kind of confirmation bias. We all have information that we think confirms something. And one of the hardest things in the world to do is to unlearn or set aside or push back on old information when new information comes in that conflicts what you thought you knew. Praise you, you've exhibited the ability to go, oh, wait a minute, this new information causes me to be required to reevaluate what I thought I did. And that's what I'm hoping to bring to light today. Today, the WHO has done a really good job of getting a lot of people to bark up the wrong tree. And if I can paint a mental picture, just give me a minute. If you can look out the window in your yard, okay, and see your window there. If you could imagine having a dog in your backyard, and he sees a squirrel, and he chases that squirrel up a tree. He's barking at the tree, but you notice that the squirrel bounced from treetop to treetop to treetop, and is long gone. And the dog is still barking up the wrong tree. Okay? Now, take that idea and combine it with, in any negotiation, a wise negotiator, a savvy negotiator, isn't going to just ask for the least thing that they're ever going to want. They put a lot of red herrings out there. They go, oh, well, we want the sun and the moon and the stars in the sky. And then when it gets tough in the negotiations, they say, well, yeah, okay, I'll give you that, but you got to give me this, that, and the other thing. And ultimately, they want to walk away with what they want. And so what has happened with these negotiations is in half of them, they keep coming up with new things, but they don't show us certain details. And in the amendments, information that we're allowed to see is more than a year old. And it had a lot of crazy stuff in it. And that crazy stuff, we need to realize that much of it has been gone for a year, but they haven't let us see it. So I got lucky a little more than 4 weeks ago. They had said that a new version of the pandemic treaty was going to be released on March 8th to the inner circle, right? They ultimately released it publicly on March 13th. But I went looking for it, and I stumbled upon a leaked version of the amendments to the International Health Regulations, which for me was like the Holy Grail. It's like they've been keeping this secret for a year, and that's one of the things I hope to talk about, in that it's all fluid, it's all changing. So you can't take anything as being rock solid, trustworthy, set in stone, or anything like that. But we need to pay attention to this new leaked information and make sure that we're pushing back on
the latest version of whatever it is. Now, the amendments, they just looked at that already. So on one level, we're just having a fun conversation about a moot point. They should not be allowed to have anything, to agree on anything in May, because their deadline has long passed.
But that doesn't really bother people like this, does it? They just sort of carry on as if the rules don't apply to them.
You're absolutely right. In 2022, there's a perfect living example of it. On May 24th, 2022, the 75th World Health Assembly, the United States, United Kingdom, and the European Union, in crystal clear violation of Article 55, submitted 5 amendments to 5 articles in the middle of the assembly. They certainly didn't give 4 months notice. And 4 days later, and I'm pretty sure we've talked about this, but nobody's really picked up on it. They put forth a document, May 28th, 2022, my apologies, May 28th, 2022, they put forth an official document stating that those amendments to 5 articles were appointed. There's just one little problem about it. They didn't have a vote. They didn't, it's not like in the United States where you have an election and how you count the votes is one thing. They didn't even bother to have a vote. They just said it was adopted. Now, Rob Roos from the Netherlands and 11 other members of the European Parliament on November 28th, 2023, 18 months a day after, sent a letter to Tedros and said, where's the proof that there was ever a vote? And without that vote, these events are null and void. Well, 3 days ago, the WHO World Health Assembly, from the 77th Assembly in May, they're starting to upload documents. And they uploaded the document 3 days ago that stated that those 5 amendments will be entering into legally binding force on May 31st, 2024. And they also mentioned that the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Slovakia, and New Zealand have rejected. Well, good on those countries for paying attention. How about the other 192 that should be standing up and calling out voting fraud? Well, if they could do that so blatantly, right, and then just ignore their 4-month notice deadline and continue these negotiations and have the treaty be tied into it.
Hi, good evening to everyone. Thank you for joining me. I'm Dr. Philip, and today I'm talking again. Now, what I'll tell you is that if you are not aware of what this means, that's fine. Because it's a very important statistical measure. It helps countries identify trends in death that need to be investigated. And that's important because they should inform their nation. What we've had, however, is pandemic memory loss, where it seems as though those very normal pandemic in excess deaths seem to be inconvenient. Recently, we had in the UK and President MP talking about it in Parliament. I'll show you that it got no attention in the media. There are a few problems because I am now focused on what's actually happening in Europe. Because we've heard about the UK, but is it just the UK? Where else is it happening? So before I go into it, as usual, let's just do a few bits of important updates. First thing is that if you have a subscribe button, this is me where I did a recent video, normally there is a subscribe button on the bottom here, unless they're trying to hide it. Here you can see it gives you the information, and it's always on my videos. I guess they suspect what I'm talking about. And there usually is a subscribe button. Some companies there's no hidden. I wonder why. As you go down, always take a look at this right here. You know, where you can place either more button. If you click on that, you will then see the links to important pieces of information. I'm telling you this so that you will know what to look for, because in that description is our target next weeks. This is from Heroes. This is our Amazon pre-ordering, trying to get it to number one. We have had great response so far. It was a success. It started with a week of a success on Amazon. As you can see here, there's 4 days to go, and then you can get it at a remarkably low price, because the target here is to get it to number one. So your support is very much appreciated. So let's get back to this excess debts discussion. It's a little bit of a problem, as I said. Sorry. Now, when we think about, as I said, excess fiscal measure is really, really important. And my attention was captured just recently by Substack, by someone that I do Substack as well, and you can look at my Substack post. But he was looking at Euro excess debts in December 2023 figures, and this is from Patrick Walsh. He was talking about what's occurring in Ireland, where excess debts matter. It was like 7.8%, he said. And he then went down to look at some of the graphs across the European Union and so on to try and identify these patterns. And so, as I looked at the stack, I thought, you know what, I want to talk about this.
Prendre rendez-vous annuel chez Filial, préparation des réunions avec les musiciens. Vous savez, cette voix intérieure, celle qui vous garde éveillé la nuit. Et là, je vais vous aider à la calmer, pour vous aider à dormir paisiblement.
I realized that, well, somebody pointed me out that I don't know if it was factual images, so I then had to go and find factual images from the scene. And here we have excess mortality in the context of Europe. And you can see here this is the excess mortality statistics, and this is from Eurostat, Statistics Explained. And what they had said here in the tweet, this is interesting, that in February 2024, there was no excess mortality. In fact, it fell by minus 100%. Why was that so exciting? Well, it was exciting because this was the trend of the whole of 2023. And what you notice here is that in January, this is the baseline here, this is 0. Anything below it is low excess debt. Anything above it is high excess debt. This is the percent. So if you can see here in January, it was 4% in January 2023 above the baseline. Here in February of 2023, it was lower. But if you look closely on February 2024, it's about the same. So what happens in March and April? Will it then follow the trend here? This is now going up to about 1.5%, back to 4, 3.5, and then it went all the way up here to almost 11.5% in December of 2023. If this is the trend, only just 1 month was it lower than normal. And so, as I said, in the UK, what they did is they changed the statistical measure looking at excess debt so that it disappeared. This should have informed Europe that they need to do the same. Because if you're trying to hide excess debts, you need to do it across the whole world. Because this is the trend that's occurring everywhere. And so the question remains, what is the cause? Now, you can't help but share the humor here. It's a hidden cause, and I thought this was just brilliant. But I'm fun as well. Where is the elephant? It stands
That's a problem. Now, people may say there could be many reasons for excess deaths, and I agree with that. I'm just saying it needs to be investigated. It shouldn't be left on its own. And so, I then took another look at the data from Eurostat. I found this to be very, very interesting. So here we have, again, Eurostat, looking at excess deaths. Again, this is a different kind of image. As they said, this time it's percentage of additional deaths. And you can see, again, the baseline here is 0 for us. And throughout the whole of 2020, all the way to 2024, and you can see this is the pandemic era, so you can see down to the pandemic in 2021, it remained up, and then in 2022, it remained up. If people weren't dying of COVID, what were they dying of? You can see here it starts to go down, and this here represents 2023, and then it's going up again, and this is the February 2024 when it came down again. I suspect the trend is going to continue like this for the next few months, years. What in the world is going on? So, let's dig a little bit deeper. Because when we speak about this elephant in the room, he mentioned something quite specific that I won't say. And some people will say, well, there is no evidence that that is necessarily happening. But what do the statistics say? A lot of medicine is about probabilities rather than absolutes. So let's look at a few other measurements now. So I got this together. Number of doses administered in Europe as of this was January 2023 per 100 population. The top here, you see, is Portugal. They have the most per 100 of the population. Then Malta, Belgium, Italy, Sweden, all the way down. And in the middle here, you have the United Kingdom. And what I was interested in, what happens if I roll for the bottom? The bottom here is Bulgaria, Romania, Slovakia. Now, for whatever reason, this cohort of the population was not so interested in vaccine. I wonder why, and I'm more interested in protecting against deaths, you ask. Well, let's see what happened when we actually look at excess mortality. So this is where you have to think about what exactly is going on. So let's start with a couple of countries that I mentioned here. So we take this data, and it's wonderful. The link is below in the description. So you can see the European Union as a whole here. This is all of the, as we said, from 2020 to 2024. But it allows you to do some comparisons. So if I do a comparison here, click Bulgaria, it then shows you numbers for Bulgaria. Now you can see here that Bulgaria had a lot of deaths compared to you. This is because they have the most likely to do. But then what then happens is that they immediately start trending down the baseline as the population gets down. Immunity, they are down to minus 10%. This is what you expect. If you have higher numbers die of the pandemic, you expect your trend. So it's important because one of the issues that we have is that some people don't acknowledge that the vaccines impacted on death. Of course they did. That's not the only thing that you have to look at. You have to look at all-cause mortality and the relevance as to what occurs. So then, if I pick Bulgaria, what happens if I compare it to the highest vaccination rate in terms of mortality? And again, this is with and you put it up. Now, here we have Portugal. This is now in brown. You can see here they had surges as well early on. Then they had the vaccination campaign done. Their levels came down initially, but then they continue to trend above normal. And when you compare it, so they are running at about 5 to 10% all the way into 2024, compared to Bulgaria, now running at minus 5%. The question is, why have that difference? And that's where that really inconvenient problem about the elephant comes up. Because how else do you explain it? How do you explain it? How do you discount? Those are the facts. The question is, why is that the case? That's a problem that it seems that nobody really wants to address. Here is the issue. If the excess deaths are caused by an elephant, and you have ongoing circulation, high circulation of virus, that also drives the response, that excess death is not going to come down. It's going to remain up. It's going to continue to rise over the next months and years. There is no hiding from this. My job is just to raise awareness because I can't do necessary research into what exactly are the mechanisms. Whatever we may think doesn't matter. What matters is that we investigate. That's the important point. Not investigating it at this point, let us be clear, is the equivalence of negligence. Because there was no point, therefore, to doing the data if you weren't going to investigate when you have no patterns. There's no getting out of this. We still have to do the work. It's relevant, and we need to know the answers. There are only 3 ways where stress will break you, but the majority of how stress kills us is because of that. But this is completely beyond your control. Oh, now Dad is back.
And Dad, he's on a mission to help millions of people manage their stress.
No matter what their circumstances, stress is very good for you until it kills you. And what most people don't understand is that it's an addiction. Stress is a badge of honor. It means that I'm wanted, I'm needed. And the reality is that 80% of the stuff you do at work is just to prove you're alive. But we tell ourselves we're too busy. That's a lie. But the truth is that we are getting to the point where it's turning into burnout, anxiety, panic attacks. We're all suffering. Now, I think the most interesting part of stress is to understand that what breaks us is the wrong application of obsessions and nuisances. Nuisances are stressors that are triggered every day, and there are so many of them. The first 10 minutes of your day, you get 10-15 stressors, and then obsessions create a lot of stress as a result of the lies that you told yourself. This is quite serious. What do you do about it? So, you get stressed in 4 modalities: mentally, emotionally, physically, or spiritually. And each of those is a different language. So your mental stress speaks to you a language that's different than your emotional stress. But if you learn that language, then you can easily deal with that stress when it happens. And it's simple techniques, so we should cover as many of them as we can. So, first of all,
congratulations to our pursuit gang. We've made some progress. 63% of you that listen to this podcast regularly don't subscribe, which is down from 69%. Our goal is 50%. So if you've ever liked any of the videos we've posted, if you like the channel, can you do me a quick favor and hit the subscribe button? It helps this channel more than you know, and the bigger the channel gets, as you've seen, the bigger the guests get. Thank you and enjoy this episode. Mo, how are you doing?
I'm here again. Love it. It's always a pleasure to be with you, Steve. I am doing, I am somewhere between the best time of my life and the most interestingly inviting for change time of my life. What do you mean? I think I'm next to you, of course, by the way, and many others. I think my message for a lot of people, I think that's really, it feels such an honor to be actually making progress on my mission, on what I stand for. I have to say, I think the world is changing in so many ways that doing what we've always done may not deliver the same results. So I feel that I have to revisit very deeply how I can continue to be what I think will be probably the most needed in the times to come. But hey, listen! Don't realize how different the world is going to be in the next 5 years.
Are you talking about AI, Deborah?
It's not just AI, Steve. We know that. It's not just AI. It's not just AI.
What is it?
You remember last time we met, right? In closing, I was telling you I think the perfect storm. Economics, geopolitical, climate, AI, synthetic biology. Yeah. And I think the highlight of it is what I call the end of the truth, if you think about what's about to happen in our world. And I will openly say this is going to be the most stressful time of any generation that we've ever met, you and I. It is so disruptive in so many ways. It's so disruptive. It doesn't have to be stressful. It can be navigated so beautifully. But it is going to be so unusual, so unfamiliar for so many of us, I think.
What's going to be the cause of the stress?
The biggest reason is the pace and the unfamiliarity of the change. It's not the devastation of the impact if you think about it. As I said, I think we can all sail through this. I mean, a big part of my focus this year is to help explain how people can see all that's happening and really sail through it in a way that doesn't halt progress, if you want. But so much change in such a short amount of time. I think the reality is that humans become very stressed when we have a lot of unfamiliar, change happening in front of us. I think this is where we stand today. We stand in a world where I think it's led by economics, the level of debt in Western society that cannot be fixed with the normal execution of fiscal policies. It needs governments to dilute our economies in ways that are affecting this, basically everyone feels. But I have to admit, I think that the current economic and geopolitical view of the world is leading lots of governments in the world to create conflicts that are going to expand beyond the current horizon. I don't know if this is how we want to start the conversation, but I believe, you know how it is. Wars are not the results of conflict. Conflict is the needed trigger to start a war, or the illusion of a conflict is the needed trigger to start a war that helps fiscal policy and sets geopolitical stance on situations. And I think our world is becoming quite interestingly a world where the truth is morphed in ways that you and I are unable to figure out, so that we can agree with the leaders doing things that we should allow them to do. And as a result, most of us are going to be in a dilemma economically, safety-wise, sometimes purpose-wise. Very
When you think about the times we're living in, what is the most important sort of context in your mind for the viewer to understand? If they're trying to understand how you're seeing the world right now, because you've written a book now about the subject of stress, and I know that you're someone who's got so many different books in your mind and in your soul that you're always working on, sometimes for years and years, sometimes those books never make it out. So for you to commit your energy and time to write a book about stress, for me, as someone that knows you well, it is a close to a perspective you have on the nature of the world. What is that nature of the world? What is the backdrop that you're saying?
It is the top topic in my mind. First of all, I wrote this because of my co-author, Alice. Alice came to me at a point in time and she said, you cannot continue to write about happiness and well-being without addressing stress. Right? Alice herself had a very stressful, stage of her life in her 20s, and she learned through it that it's not the events of your life that stress you, it's the way that you deal with them, right? And so I started to work on this around 2020, when we suddenly recognized that this probably is the problem of the time, right? So what's stressing is technology, right? What's stressing here, simply because I think the context is one because we had some outside perspectives. But it's because stress. So what is happening now? You walk the streets and you feel it, right? You can even see that people are struggling economically, and so they are behaving in ways that are stressing others. It's a bit less safe in the city of London. It's a bit more challenging for people at speed and so on and so forth. Right? So the truth of the matter is that the effects are leading those who are not capable of dealing with stress, because
You know what's hard work? My brother. That's hard work. Holy crap, my neighbor. Let's get going.
The speed at which technology is changing, right? So that all of that change over that also was going to cause a situation where some people might make assumptions. Of course, looking at some of the great cars as well, some futuristic world that the channel sees that studied his work and produced some predictions based on his predictions, and he said that if you're 10 years old at the age of 60, you experience a year's change in ways where in 10 days, if you're 14 and you're experience, it's really good to 60, you experience a year's change in ways in today's rate, and it's by first year trying to experience, he said, 10,000 years of change, which is 1,000 times more than the previous century. And we think about how one can navigate that without, using their minds. Because if the world is changing at such a speed, and you feel this initial effects and trends. One of the very first principles of stressing is the idea of being able to show because there is that constant reflection of what's happening that goes beyond human ability. And in reality, as I said, I don't even know if you've seen the latest editions of ChatGPT, so conversations with an engine that is very human, but it changes its quality is that there's a very clear way that is so political, it's so well presented. You ask the difficult questions or say things like, oh, no, this is the subject for human ingenuity and human is this. Seriously, like a machine is so good at giving me the answer that politicians give me. And it's quite interesting when you really think that this is, last time we spoke about, AI was is a time where your well-being is linked. It's because your well-being is not resulting of the events in your life. As I said, it's not the past, it's not the events of your life that stress you, it's the way you deal with the person. And there is one thing we were chatting before we started. I feel like, you and I make choices. That stress us. Right? And believe it or not, we make those choices not because we're not intelligent enough to recognize them. We make those choices because we are so caught up in that cycle. Right? And that cycle keeps speeding up. You get caught up with it. And you and I recognize those people that I was thinking of just a bunch of ourselves like I can think of it. I stressful. Sleep. Okay? I know for a fact, this is my first one, right? That even though that is really, really, really amazing for what it's needed for, I don't work out. We have free work, right? Mission work is just a really job. Simply because people don't buy books because of the content that's in, right? They buy them because of the marketing of the book, right? And it's, it's my biggest job if I get really people out of stress. Simply make them reorder. Because if they reorder something like a seller list and then a million people, a million, 100,000 people that you see every day, a substance almost that we're using because it justifies to us that this is the way. So with my workaholic brain saying, or workaholic brain would say, well, if I don't look at my calendar, if I don't work 100-hour weeks, then I'm going to miss out on my own potential. I'm not going to live the life I could have lived. If I keep working like this, I'm going to be able to get a big plane and a mansion and a sports car, and we're going to be free and I'm going to have the best holidays, the best food. So that's absolutely not the truth. You know that for a fact that the week you don't work is the week you're most productive. You know that for a fact that, think about it. I could load my calendar with a million podcast interviews, and that would never allow me the time to write a book. The reason why you may make a difference to anything, to your relationship, to your loved ones, to your career, to a big contribution, whatever. It's because you allow yourself those spaces in which creativity happens, in which genuinity happens, in which real connection happens, in which, and you know that for a fact, that you're heading to Australia, that you produce nothing. And I'm not sure what you did before. Right? And so the question is, where is the balance? Is the balance loading my calendar for my production, or is the balance in freeing my calendar for my production? So this year, for example, I started using my team, an incredible team who are very motivated, very, very hardworking, engaged, very separate responsibility, right? So they play one on my availability, right, to get things achieved. And so what do? One will pop up and say, I have this incredible guest here, this Stephen Martin guy, great guy, you should have him on your podcast, you're already in London that day, why don't you invite him? Right? And then another will say, oh, this newspaper wants to talk to you. And then a third will say, oh, there is this customer that wants you to speak, and so on. Right? And what ends up happening is that you and I, everyone listening, present the opportunities you have. Come on and push yourself a little bit. Right? Those things happen. You push yourself to the point where you end up getting burned out. Okay? By the way, I say that with a lot of people, especially when you're doing like your body just can't take it anymore, right? At the same time, what ends up happening is that you're depriving yourself of the true productivity. The true productivity is that 1 hour in the morning when you're not stressed, when your calendar is not loaded, right? perfect email to someone that changes something, or being the perfect boss to someone that does something for you, or you write down a concept that it fits in your next book, or and so on and so forth. And that applies to everywhere. It is that 1 hour in the morning where I make my coffee and I sit with Anna, my wife, and we connect so deeply. Right? It's that 1 hour. And the question is, how valuable is that? How valuable is that hour as compared to the consumption hours? Not realize your potential. The act of potential you already achieved. That's for all of us. I mean, when I ran my business at Cooper, I refused to be admitted openly. I was like, why? And by the way, I encourage my people now. The idea of showing up in a meeting is just to say, hey, by the way, I'm here. I clicked in the morning, stamped my head, whatever, I don't know what you call it in English, but I attended it, and I'm alive. I'm sending an email just so that I exist. Right? I think I did 12 years ago, sent 40 emails. I initiated 40 emails. Okay? So I responded to 40 emails that basically said, what do you think of that? An email didn't say, what did you think of that? What's up with this? And we had weekly reviews, and we had lots of connections, human connections. But by the way, most of the time, nothing requires you to interrupt the flow. Most of the time, you interrupt the flow. Nothing cannot be discussed in a meeting anymore. I think the reality is that creating so much savings and energy, creating those circumstances, make it look like everything is so like it's so crucial and it's so urgent and it's so important because we can squeeze out like 5% more efficiency. Yeah, I give up on the 5%. 95% of the efficiency and achieve 20%. I'm trying to figure out if there's you have to concede that you will be less innovative, productive if you get yourself off the stress addiction. This is something I'm like, I think I told myself recently that I'm working really hard, but it's not just throw myself into it. It's because I'm going to get most of my potential and it's something I'm going to have to work as much as my life for free. And it's like, but this is I
It goes in the landfill, sir. No, it goes in the landfill. You resell it. Don't have 20 cars. Hmm. Okay, what? You're allowed to do that. Exactly. Okay, you don't want to face that. Hmm.
Ouais. Oh, fuck yeah. What? More people talking about it. There's no. Boy. Rita.
Just like fucking doesn't end. The fuck? Why? Why?
Really? Why? What do I do? What? It's fucking ridiculous.
Pizza. Oh. Oh my god! Oh my god. Is that for you or? It's the radio.
What's that?
Hey, baby.
I'm freezing.
Why?
I don't know. It's like -4 outside.
Sick?
-4 outside. You sick? Let's see them eat. Make some coffee. Mm. 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 Mm.
What do you say?
13 and sunny tomorrow. Some clouds for Saturday. Mm. Bro.
Hey, brother. Chris.
Matter.
What's the matter? I just woke up. Life is hard. No. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, wow.
Mm.
What's going on?
What?
How's the world? How's it good?
Mm.
Yeah.
Derek, probably. Wow.
FYI.
Huh?
I'm 10. Okay, so I'm 8. Okay, my nation's 30 years.
Dad,
What?
why are you spinning in circles?
Because I'm waking myself up. Okay.
Not usually.
Come on.
What's ahead of me? Yeah. Fuck you. I can't actually help you to leave. Oh, sorry. You do it weird.
Oh, oh my God.
I heard. Because everything is now on the South Shore. I don't understand. Fucking. Yeah, I'm sure it will. Otherwise, Gina wouldn't get bothered with him, right? Oh. Otherwise, like, Gene or your new boss wouldn't bother with him.
No. It's a good one. Like, when you get him, he's fucking shitty and good. That's great. Right.
What? Bragging. Little teeny tiny dreams. While I try to fix this. I'm really trying. I'm really trying. Okay. What?
Later.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Poor fucking thing. That sounded like it hurt. Sorry, teacher. We should make a donation thing and make it cars for kids, but with a fee.
Yeah, I think that car for kids with a fee already is. Well, oh, weird. Key? That's Notre-Dame cap. I don't know who Notre-Dame cap is. Notre-Dame de Lourdes, which is probably that was the name of the school, you know. Look, that's religion with, working as royalty. Like you always have those black and white holes, right? Systems.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna say it another time?
It's the folks over there? No, I'll come here in 5 minutes. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Outside?
Oh, there's a hole.
Yeah. Okay.
No. Oh, it's a hockey game. They haven't been upside down. It's fucking garbage again. I want to go garbage again. I said I wanted to go garbage cooking.
Yeah, but I did it last night. We knew it was gonna
Yeah, but I had stuff to do. Never heard of it. Who the fuck is Sarah?
Who the fuck are you?
Well, same with like Noah. Who the fuck is Noah? Maybe it was free. Burger sandwich. Do you want me to put it on the bagel instead of something? Or like the fruit sauce? Or no? With cheese? Because companies don't make more money, so you throw it out and you buy more. You all don't know how to feed yourselves, so you're dying. Huh? Smell it. Hmm. Boss comes up with the house.
Mm. Mm. Oh, what? What? Where you at? Sex related violence.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
No, he's good. Okay, arrest him. What? Sour Patch Kid Oreos? Doesn't make any sense. Sour Patch Kid ice cream is good. Really.
What?
Look at idiot.
Um,
Why do you feel like everybody does happen? Like, they call beauty rash, organ food, whatever you have to do. They call it food rash.
oh, it's your story.
No, but yeah.
Then the small ones?
Mm.
Yeah. I don't know.
All is like 24 rating. The fucking 24.94 for pack 24 like $10.
Wow.
As I was young, I always liked Powerade better. If you have electrolytes, not sugar. Yeah. That's better than
Well,
Imagine it would be the brand that is the most sold. So they would have 50% more than their own drink. This is a 50% more than the most sold brand. Everybody knows Gatorade. The only other one, I don't know if they might- That's something to see. Oh, okay, because the mentality is very different. You see, from Victoria, you're going to be more friendly with your neighbors. Everybody owns a boat. Everybody's very, very like in the maritime. Everybody's fucking friendly. Nice. The water. Yeah. Then when you go to Vancouver, oh my god, people are narrow-minded. You deal with their own kind. White, you deal with white. You're Asian, you deal with Asian. And people are very, very stereotyped.
yeah, Alan told me that the racism only gets worse as you go cross country. But by the time you hit BC, it's like, if you're new, you might want to just turn around.
BC? Well, because they're still like
orangutan.
Kind of. Natives over here are civilized. Native over there, they can't even bear to have one other native's house in sight.
Oh, why?
Because they don't like each other. They're like self-centered because they've been oppressed by the white people so much that now they're just like
You're fighting
everyone
over
for
your own
themselves.
people? Like,
It's like everyone's for themselves. And they finally don't like each other. The Browns don't like the Cougars. Like two are right beside each other, and it's surrounding Penticton and Oliver. One's on the bottom, the other one's on top. Same reserve though. Like each other. One said that some are inbred. No one's a retarded. But
I actually had a guy in my high school, and what is a we called him Firecracker Mouth. It looked like he ate a firecracker. And the way he introduced himself to me was, "Hey, I'm gonna want to see my six toe, the scar for my six toe." I was like, "Ew, what?" Yeah, he was fucking hard as fuck though. Fucking 2 quarters. I don't know why they were having problems. But he was like a foot shorter, at least a foot shorter than Steven Porter, and Steven Porter thought that meant he could fuck with him. And like Steven went to throw the first punch at him, and like, you're an idiot. Like they start getting beat up as soon as they can walk. Not beat up, but like fucking like roughed around a little bit. Like Because if you can't be rubbed around a little bit in Kawage, you will not make it there. Because they like to fuck with you, especially for white. And if you can't take it, well. Yeah, no, he also made his sister eat a dead rat. It was really nice, honestly. Good on. Really good bread.
Yeah, that's why I laughed when Kat said, "Oh, is that?" It's totally no, guys. They're little cousin, and little cousin from Michigan. I started dating like that. That's fucked up.
What if her father was like telling her like she didn't want her to date anybody?
Maybe,
She's a miserable bitch.
maybe, but at this point, there's no way to know.
Because she's like a miserable bitch. Beautiful back.
Right?
Just now?
What? No, yes.
No. Happy Thursday. Who says that?
Who said that? Happy day.
You didn't hear what he said?
Happy Tuesday.
Parents that regret having their kids.
Oh my god.
Only like about 90% of them. Actually, probably a little higher, 96, 97%.
Hi, that's much shorter than smoke. Nice to find it.
You guys suck. Because you're all women. Well, talk about something better. Parents that regret having their children, 40 sex offenders that are arrested.
How long does it take you to run a mile in water?
Like, as a female. As a woman. The next little bit of bullshit that's supposed to come out of my mouth represents all women. I am the voice of women. We all fucking agree on the same fucking shit. No, but that's what kind of ends up happening. Where like when you say that, like as a black woman or as a female, it's like yeah, but you don't speak for all females. Like it's not my fucking opinion about it. So like I don't know why it's relevant.
As a man, personally, I think.
As a human being living on the planet Earth.
You say personally, and then you say no. As a man, don't be yourself.
be your job. That should be a you thing to do.
You know what? But you're supposed to work. When you're done your court date, you have to go to the collective system. But the one that left, about the marriage return, like go in there and I can go to the third year. You all set up your office commission. It takes a fucking hour.
No, what's wrong with you? Oh, stop. You're like 2 years. She's like a child. You know what I used to do? All the guys who fucking on the reserve, go beat them up. Oh, that's risk taking. My yogurt expired yesterday. Oh, what a risk. It's already expired, sweet. Oh, let go. Oh, that's like it happens when they're about 4 or 5. Because usually they're a bit delayed in walking, and then they kind of start pretty normally, but once they hit 5, they just go completely depressed, and then they can't walk anywhere. And they usually die before they're like 10. Yeah, hour and a half. Funny. Imagine 25 minutes. Like imagine what that turns into. At least fucking an hour. No, Julie said it in front of her child. Her daughter was really standing next to her. And she you know what? I looked like this. I was like, wow. And I like looked at her daughter. Her daughter's like looking at her mom, like trying to understand what that means. I was like, I need to walk away from the fucking girlfriend of the child. Like, I was like, Kaylin, do you have another party where Julie's coming? There we go. Because, like, oh my god. Like, I was like, what was that? Well, that's one. That's a big one, yeah. That's a big one for me. Can you just have your first one? I think it's not. Yeah, I know.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Just a bunch of.
All the curling shit again.
Really? can we do it on Thursday? Yeah. From Indiana. Is Probably. So weird. I'm going to no. What? The home button? I don't know what you told me. I don't understand what you told me. That's home button. So, it's not done.
It's magnetic. So that's what everyone wanted. Yeah, well, that's what everyone wanted to do with fucking sphere, right? To be magnet. I saw Beer last night. Or if he's talking though. No, what's last night? Night four. Night four. Yeah. I know. Anyway, yeah, no. Yeah. Really. I have to finish these things. I got more stuff in here, so until we fucking yeah, no, he refused to look at me. Or like he actually did that thing where he like stood at his door with like the thing going on. I was like, I'm so fucking mad at you right now. Like, I hope you feel bad. I want you to feel bad. Like, the fucking time you start feeling bad. Like, like your behavior is so unacceptable. Like you're so unbelievable. Like you have so many fucking good friends. Like that are, like is that what you do? You just have
Why would you be at Coco?
Very
Anyway.
out. Very take that money out. Because he's done. He's fucking vandalizing property. Like no, but like fucking. There's so many people trying to help him. Like,
After the fire in his apartment, he should have laid low and be like, I think this shit. Good fucking.
always, like someone gives him a chance and helps him out, and then what he learns. No, fuck no. Fuck no, fuck no. You're going to like fucking try to help him. No, not one of ten. Anytime I offer him.
I did agree. Will.
Yeah, or he like locks the door, or he like throws out the problem, like. Oh, what? Yeah, like. And your girlfriend is trying so hard. Like, I feel so bad for her because honestly, she would be like, I don't think she would still be on heroin. But it's like, she can easily get off heroin. Like, she's very, self-sufficient. Human rights? Human rights.
Yes.
I got you. There you go.
Upstairs. That whole time, you were hitting that.
You.
Oh, you said they weren't over there. I'll see you still. Down. Down. Maybe you're still hungry. What? What? Oh, you're cool. But you know when I go out, you can see like the same dollar sign going down. In the back. Just a quietly nice. That's very hot. No, but that's very hot. A nice art.
What? Well, it's you and me, but we. Fuck with mama. Food hunger and people fucking free to eat edible food. Hmm. What is that going? Yeah, well, because apparently we falsely accused. Apparently not. No, he was just skeptical. And he apologized. Oh, fairness, deep fakes were really popular. Yeah, I agree. That's bad. Yeah. Yeah, but mommy did give you all your money, so not really. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
nature.
No. Lots of people. Like, I don't know what it is. No idea what it is. See, you know what? You would have fine if you didn't follow it with I'm just saying, like as if you're like 16-year-old mean girl. Yeah, they're so short. Yeah, uh, one of those vegetables. Ugh. Yeah, we made it. Is that a hole? 'Cause they did that on Block for Me for the longest time, and each people would stop the cameras and they go, "Ah!" They take pictures, and we started doing it. Or we were just like, "Oh wow, look at that hole! That's a good picture."